Hello. Hi. How you're doing? Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I don't know why I say it like that, but I guess it happens. Hi. Hope you are doing good. Hello. Why? Still late today. Very late today. Oh my god. I feel like I've been starting the stream at about 1 p.m. lately, which is like an hour late. I'm sorry. Yeah, I want the mouth size reduction for a little bit. Yeah, I realized the blend shape for this dragon model is a little bit too much. Maybe just a little bit. Yeah, hi Magpie, hi Wong, and hi Ryan. Hope you're doing good. Dirk, I want to have a taste of what it means to be small. And that's why, you know, like Kobo would just be here and be like, Dragon, I have a game that can make you feel small. It's like, huh? And that's why the dragon is here today. Wow. Oh, Kobo was really cute today. Why is there still Discord noise? I mean, I guess Kobo, I guess Kobo can be really cute every day. Question mark? Maybe. Yeah, let me enable streamer mode real quick. There was a patch, right? That was a patch for the Gecko for Gecko gods just now. I don't know what it was, but maybe it improves stability or something like that. I don't know, but I'm willing to give it a try. I mean, I've been following the game for quite a while, right? Ever since, I don't think it's ever since the game got announced, but it's more like about, I think it was like 2 years ago. I think it was about 2 years ago when I saw this game. It's either 2 years ago or last year. I can't really remember. But somewhere around those times, I saw Gecko Gods, the game where you play as a gecko, pretty much. And just that alone, I think is pretty good, right? And I saw the movements of the geckos is so adorable. And that's why we are here today, right? We're gonna look at Gecko Gods a little bit. And also, maybe I want to look at Collector's Cove as well. So 2 games, essentially 2 games. My fingers are not working properly, help. There. This is Gecko Gods. This is this is Collector's Cove, right? I don't know how long the games are going to be. Since they're just a demo, I assume at most each demo would take about 1.5 hours, right? Maybe even 2 hours at most, right? And I'll see if after completing these 2 demos, we'll have time to do some more. I do kind of plan on to do a little bit more art today. Maybe a little bit, right? Also, this morning when I was going grocery shopping, I found a milk chocolate with butter biscuit and cocoa creme made in Germany. That is so good. But however, because it's chocolate, it is super duper heavy on my blood sugar. Of course I came prepared, right? Obviously. I have my extra dose of metformin right here. That's gonna help a little bit. And this is atorvastatin. I have my medicines here. There we go. Yeah, Ling Long. Oh my god, Brian. I just realized whenever I start streaming, whenever I just started, I feel like I really love to ramble a lot. Look, I just like to ramble a lot, okay? Sometimes I just kind of like to share or to share some interesting stories that has been happening around here. I think maybe a little bit. All right, let me eat this real quick. Imagine eating meds on stream. Couldn't be me. Actually, I'm doing it right now. Why not? Done. Okay. Alright, so today two games, two demos, right? Two demos, one Gecko Garden, one Collector's Cove. I don't think. Okay, let's see. I just hope, honestly, I hope that. I kind of hope that it's not as intensive, honestly. Because if it is, I don't really want to change to 2D model. Because I want to stay Dragon. Kind of, a little bit. If all else fails, right? If the game is too intensive, then I'll maybe close some. Maybe I'll close some things first, like disabling hand tracking, right? Maybe that, and also maybe closing Google Chrome. But before any of that, though, let's just try playing the game as it is for now. Yeah, we're gonna start with Gecko Gods. Oh my god! Alright, let me close this one real quick. Keep this one open. That's pretty much it. Bye. What? My screen? What? My screen? The sequel? Whoa. There, let me fix this. This is the bad kind of full screen, which is fine. It's not bad kind of full screen, it's just... Oh my god. Game is actually really soft. I'll keep it as it is for now. Oh, there's a lot of like... Oh. Oh, there's a lot of options for this. Okay. So I can try to turn down the settings if you know, the game is like too much. What if I turn on this one? What's gonna happen? Oh, it's a good kind of... Oh, okay. It doesn't mess up my entire resolution. Alright, that's pretty good, I think. Okay. Maybe I should turn down the SFX for one. Okay, there we go. Let's do it red. I hope that's the only sound that's very loud. Anyway, Gecko Gods. Let's try to be small. That's so cute, no? Okay, that's a really nice loading screen. Oh shit, my PC's dying. Oh shit. This is so cute though. Oh. Oh, jump dash? Ooh. Oh, I can climb like on most things, right? Even if it's like vertical, kind of. The game is really struggling here. Very unfortunate. Let me try turning down the resolution and see how it looks like. Oh my god, it's such a cute game though, holy shit. Is Gecko afraid of water? Oh, can I swim? I can swim. Oh my god. Okay, that's cute as fuck. This is the best game already. A GOTY? Yeah, it feels like I can go whenever I want to go. Holy shit. Alright, let's get down. The controls are a little bit jank when it's not like aligned to the screen. Just a little bit, but it's no big deal. Oh. Whee. How is this already the best game ever? Hi, Dusty. I thought this game was dead. Me too. I feel like I haven't seen this game's news at all for the past a long time actually. Seeing the name activate like a sleeper agent. I just started playing and so far it's been pretty good. My PC has been dying though, so okay, I'm gonna disable the hand tracking because it takes like 30% of my CPU. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Yeah, it feels a lot better already. Oh. Oh, I thought that thing is flipping me off. Oh shit. Oh yes, it's like the classic free look camera. Ooh. Can I recommend hitting a gong with your head? It's okay, I'm a gecko, it's fine. Alright, going down. Mysterious caves. I love the footprints it leaves as well. Is there a red shiny? Can I have this? Can I eat them? I found it. Snake sneaks in and pounces a cutie. Wow. Mine. Sprint? Oh, it is a little bit faster. Sprint, jump, dash. Oh, those things looks dangerous. This game was added to Steam in 2022, so I was kind of right. Because I thought to myself that it was about last year, but no, I think it was like about 2 years ago I started to follow this game, and then it's like, yeah. All of a sudden they suddenly have like noises. It's like the game has a demo now. It's like, huh? All the EP snuggles. EP snuggles good. Maybe a little bit more realistic. I think the more cartoony looks fit better. Just want to add a game to Steam and then go radio silent before it. Exactly, it's so weird. But you know, at least they delivered. You know, they have this demo right here that looks already really fucking good. Hi Evie. Are they danger? What happens if I die? Not that I want to find out. Getting new glasses soon, family in pink frames too now? Heck yeah. Oh, there's two. Oh. At least I can make the game slightly louder. I just don't like this. I don't know why that's so loud. The game is a release date of 2025 now, so I would assume the programming is mostly done. It's mostly a content pass now. Yeah, it looks pretty polished. It's not just me, so heck yeah. Maybe they went radio silent because they're hard at work making this game. That has to be it, right?
Yark!
I can keep my mouth open as well. Like the one in Monster Hunter Wilds. Just looks at you, head bobbing. The Gecko yelps is perfect. I don't know how Gecko sounds like. Now I know. Now I know, okay? For thousands of years, the Gecko gods have slumbered. They wait for the sign that they shall return to breathe life back into this withered world. Go forth, awake the Gecko gods, and restore life back to its forgotten place. Oh. Great water gecko. Are these the gecko gods? I think honestly, like after playing this game for just a little bit, they nailed the movement. The movement of a lizard, of a gecko, it's so perfect. They nailed it. Like these sudden stops and sudden just sudden movements makes it so good. Ooh. Ooh. Fireback? Grilled gecko? Grilled gecko coming up? Oi, 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 oi. Oh shit. I don't like them. Feels like... Can I... Oh god, I forgot how loud that is. Can I make the... camera? Ah, there we go. That feels much better. Oh. It's so perfect. Oh. Wait, I can actually destroy these? Oh, with dash. Okay, okay. Wait, so that means that there's something that I can destroy. Can I destroy those enemies then? I'm gonna try. Going in. Oh! Oh! Okay. There's combat. Is it bugged? Oh, I thought it's bugged. I like it so much. I mean, since the demo just came out not too long ago, I think it was like yesterday the demo came out, or 2 days ago. I mean, I'm playing it right now, but if you like, I would highly recommend checking this one out on your own. Eat fun, eat good. Might be a short one, I don't know, since it's just a demo. Oh, everything about this game is somehow so perfect. I love it. Oh. Oh, I can eat them. Oh. I have to dash to eat them. Follower of the Gecko gods, heed these words. Across a narrow bridge close to here, the mountain's water pool deep. Three locks bar the inner sanctum. Breach them and seek audience with the weeping divinity? Sorry, I don't think I understood what they said. What was it again? I don't understand. Fuck. Oh, it's the same one. Oh! Oh wait, it's not the same. Close to where the river is embraced by the sea. The mountain hides a maze of shifting stone and water. Prove your worth and prevail. So there's 3 trials. Along the coast stands a great tower, gathering the mountain's sacred tears. Follow the path of gods and ascend it, and its sunken secrets will be yours. Oh. I like the sunken secret, sounds like a treasure. That thing? Give me that. It's too high up. Is it the shiny thing? Do I just jump over this one maybe? I put pics of the new glasses up in the family Discord. Oh, okay. I'll have a look after. Oh. Nice. It's a little bit hard to control sometimes, but it's fine. I don't see too much trouble with this. Just need some time to get used to. They're so cute. They have pink and clear textures on the sides and a slight light pink frame. Oh, there it is. I was like, where's the next one? Did I do it? You just blocked the water? Oh. Oh, gone. Oh. I like getting all these like shiny glyphs. I don't know what they are, but hey. This game feels like the sky's the limit, kind of. It feels like I can go whenever I want. It is like super duper very open-ended. What? Was it the ambience noise? Uh-oh. Oh, that's the sound of this flower? In... Oh, per- oh, who this? A fellow gourmet, perhaps? Also, sound also on the hunt for some treats? They can be as elusive as they are tasty. Skittering about on their 6 legs, some even fly. It takes quite a keen hunter to catch them. But believe me, each one has its own unique flavor. I hope I can sample insects from every island one day. Ah! Bird smooch? Bird? Oh. 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 That was jank, I love it. Don't know if you guys know this, but whenever I get the... Oh shit. It went down. So whenever I take those like glyph things, the music or the sound will just cut off a little bit. It's not very obvious, but it's there. Yeah, it cuts off for a bit now. Hi, Devin. Beautiful little yippers. Wow. Gecko God's demo. Yeah. I've been following this game for a bit. And when I heard they have the demo, it's like, oh god, I'm gonna play it definitely. And so far, it's pretty perfect to me. The game kind of reminds me of what's the game again? A game where you play as a small alligator. I suddenly don't know what the game is called. The game that made me cry. We play as a little alligator. Little gator game, yeah, there we go, thank you. It reminds me of that. Especially when it comes to like collecting these smashing things and getting things. More bird. Hi, bird. Oh, my apologies, friend. You seem to have caught me deep in meditation. Whenever life becomes too much, I come here and try to clear my mind. But when I feel truly lost, I like to go meditate inside of the Great Pyramid. The artifacts inside always seem to contain the answers I seek. Hope this helps you on your journey. May the Gecko gods show you the way. Oh, thanks. Do you know about Gecko gods? Holy shit. If you happen to know any other little known game about small creators, please do make us know. They deserve attention. Yeah, another one that I saw is Small Saga. The one you play as a rat and then you go through adventures. I heard about that one. I haven't played it yet. It's I mean, it's not expensive, but it's just because I cannot really spend much money these days, so that's why. But someday I do want to play it. It's Small Saga. It's so perfect. I think I remember how to get back and get the gong. Oh, there we go. It has a little bit of auto target when I dash. Oh my god, what that? Oh, bird? Hi. Thing is so shiny, so mesmerizing. Unfortunately, no matter how long I stare at it, I can't seem to move it or do anything with it. Feel free to go at it if you want. Maybe you have better luck. I... It's a relic. I guess thanks, Bert. Thank you, Bert. This game feels very open-ended. I like how my PC is constantly dying playing this game. It's a little bit intensive, but it's not too intensive. I feel like I don't need to go 2D model for this, so it should be fine. I just need to like, I just disabled my hand tracking, and the game seems to work okay-ish. The game jumps from like 55 to 60 frames. Some stuttering. Yeah, some stuttering sometimes. But other than that, no big deal, honestly. Oh, oops. I don't know, I can talk to you even here. I wanna eat. Oh, the bug's gone. Hi, Jameson. Okay, we're back. I think it's time to go back down. The swim is so good. Got him. Can I hit the gong again? It doesn't want to gong anymore. I mean, I wanted to ask how do I get out, but I forgot I'm a gecko. I can just do this. Bonfire lit. Speaking of, I do want to play Elden Ring Night Rain someday. The game has really good looking birdmen. I think I saw Daydreamy played it and I was like, ooh. It's a very heckin' cool game. And looks like it's a little bit more co-op focused, question mark? Or is it just me? I'm not too sure. Either way, the game looks cool. I want to try it someday. Also, I hope you're doing good, Jameson. Don't know if I said that already. The swim is so perfect. Oh, I think the sound cut off because my PC was dying. Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's not because of the game, it's because of my PC constantly dying from this. Honestly, no big deal though, right? I can do the spin. I think this is the way back. Don't die, little PC. It's okay, my PC is trying its best. I disabled, well, I unplugged my pen tracking device and it helps a little bit. Now we have this one. Oh. Gecko's so strong? This game looks so cool. Hi, Brecky. Look at Polgo. I know. Game is so cool. I think they nailed the Gecko movement, honestly. I just really like the sudden stop and sudden, like, the movements. It feels very Gecko-like. They nailed it. Hi, Dragon Colony. The yippin', it's perfect. Hmm? Hey, buddy. Leave us jammed, I'm afraid. No getting around it for now, but there's this thing among us ravens that might provide some comfort to you. Wishlist Gecko Gods on Steam coming later this year. No clue what it actually is supposed to mean, to be honest with you. Okay, I mean, I already wishlisted it years ago, it's fine. Wishlist Gecko Gods on Steam. It's so good. It's jammed. I'm just gonna shake my butt. I didn't mean to talk to you. It's okay, we have other places to go. Oh, this tree? Let's swim. Oh, I cannot go down though. Grilled gecko? Grilled. Oh yeah, by the way, hope you are doing good. Great in Gecko. There was a huge jump. What a strong Gecko. Oh. Got him. No. And Newton. Gong. That was a big hit. Nice. We got 2. When I feel I've seen this place before. Wait, I think I know where that is. This is GOTY for me. GOTY. Hi Narix, cutesy game? Yeah. Patapon successor got demo? Oh, Ratatan? Ratatan has demo? Shit, it's also a game that I kinda want to play. I never played Patapon because I don't own the PSP ever. But when I saw the game, it was kind of fun, to be honest. I think I saw my cousin play it back then. It goes like pata 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 pon, and then something like that, and then you command a troop of patapon, I think. Something like that. Ooh, maybe I check out Ratatan after. Instead of Collector's Cove. Hey there, little guy. That thing down there seems to float pretty well. Not of much value to me on account of my wings. Oh, due to some... And if someone as wingless as yourself was looking for a way off the island. Sounds good. Whenever I think people would say PSP stands for pretty small penis. I mean, I guess. I mean, considering when they were young. Hi Zeus and hi Cortex Dragon. Oh my god. As a dragon, I like dragon a lot. As a kobold, I like dragon a lot. As a snake, I like dragon a lot. Oh my god. Hope you're doing good, Cortex. Hey, look! It's a cool dog. It's a cool dog. That's a really nice, really nice skybox. I love the footprints. Dragon Solar? Why is that water broken or something? Not playing Dark Souls right now. I started a bit after this time though. I wanna look at Ratatan. It's kinda hard to control. Oh. Oh yeah, I think we're here. We just need to climb up. Was it Gecko say a sort of magnetism to climb walls? Maybe. I like how you can go anywhere. Yep, it's very open-ended. I mean, I remember complaining about a game being too open-ended, I don't know where to go. Yeah, that still holds true, but in this game I don't feel as... I don't feel as bad doing it. I mean, one, that this game maybe this game is like made for that. And also like, I don't feel pressured. Yeah, I don't really feel pressured needing to like find where to go. And then sometimes on other games when I find where to go, turns out that's not the way because I don't have a certain power yet. And that really makes me feel very sad. I think it's up there. The one that I just unlocked. You know, honestly, I can just jump down there. Looks like there's a lot of things to destroy down there. Oh, the game is dying here. The different walking sounds on different servers are very satisfying. That too, yeah. It's like they know what they're trying to go for in this game. Yeah, there we go. This is the one that unlocked. Whee! Actually, is this where... Oh. Oh wait, I hit this gong. Oh, I'm actually very stupid. This is the way out. I went through the entire place to go back to where I was. Yep. Oh, I got 1,000 of those shiny things already? Wow. Oh, are you the meditating bird? Oh, you are. Oh, I did a spin. I'm so far away though. Maybe it's time to jump down. Wee? Wait, I know where this is. This is the wishlist Gecko Gods on Steam place. Here's for mechanisms to have them climb. That and hairs on their feet plus folds on their skin. Geckos are so cool. There's one more trial that I need to do. I need to get back inside somewhere. There, right? There we go, there we go. Okay, okay. This one's finished. Only left with this one. The magnetism is what allows them to fully smooth. Well, it's not magnetism exactly, but I don't want to go in detail with the explanation. Fair. Maze of shifting stone and water. It's okay, as a gecko I got this. Where's the shifting stone and water? Oh wait, I came from here. Oh, that's it, right? Yep. Hi, comic. This game is so perfect. Oh gosh. Oh. Oh. Hi, Pet Gamer. Oh my god. I will drink. Visual Paw. Maybe Crown Quackler is named Paul. Count Quackler. Is this the right way? Yep, okay. Oh. I'm losing color. Do geckos lose their color if they are like close to dying? Question mark. I trust this game so much that I assume that that's like factually correct. Like that's what a gecko like looks like when they are like dying. I think so. Oh my god! I love this game so much more. It's like humans get pale when they're sick. But you're right though. Oh, it's so cool. More place to go? I feel like I'm already lost. Gecko can lose those vibrant colors before they die. That is depressing. You want to look at tongue. Tongue. Sounds like music is picking up. Yep. I found the gong. Heckin' yep. I got the tree gong. Got him. That is just right in front of me, right? Yeah, for a demo, this feels very polished. I don't see much problem here. This is like a very good demo right here. This demo makes me want to buy the game immediately. I mean, it's not that I don't want to buy this game before. I already want to buy this game. It's like once I have the financial capability to do it, then of course I'm gonna do it. Heck yeah. See a shiny thing there. Go, Gecko, go! Go, Gecko, go! Anything down here? It's so fast. Tira wants to only buy it because of the yippin'. That and also this game is the game that I've been following for like years. Shiny? Shiny is always good. Time to get back. What's in here? Here, right? I hope there'll be a bit more to do, and maybe they explore the gimmick more. It kind of looks like a walk around and look at cool landscape game. A little bit, right? I was hoping they'll expand a little bit more on the collectibles and also on the combat side of the game. The combat may be simple, you just run around and dash on them. Maybe a little bit more because the game is called Gecko Gods. The music is sounding very loud. So maybe a little bit more on the combat side, give us more crazy skills, I think. well, skills, you know. Maybe a little bit of a boss fight, if it's possible. I mean, my fighting brain, I always think of something to fight. I don't know how to chill, I only know how to fight. I play too much fighting game. Now the game is very soft. Maybe some platforming with some unclimbable surfaces, DGs? Oh yeah, that too, yeah. That's a more clever way of doing it. Instead of my fighting brain who just wants to fight all. Oh, they have the burp. Wait, what if you climb on the burp and fly around? Oh, yeah, that's another clever way of doing it. I got the ship. Oh, that's a nice flag. Definitely Monster Hunter inspired. I mean, look at that. Feels very Monster Hunter inspired. Love the music though, changes depending on where I am. Let's go. Whoa, oh shit. I'm so strong? Gecko gods. That's it, right? Oh, I want more. I want more. Thank you for playing the Gecko Gods demo. Wishlist Gecko Gods on Steam now. Now. Oh, it's so good though. It's kind of short. It's not short, it's 1 hour. I assume there will be more of what we just suggested on those other islands. Yeah, maybe what I played was the tutorial island. That's why we can just do whatever we want. Maybe there'll be more challenging platforming, more challenging fights that we can do. Yeah, it feels like it. Let's hope that's the case because wow, this game's great. I mean, it's a really good change of pace, right? Because the games I've been playing is always so intense, isn't it? I mean, well, I mean, I play Tekken. Enough said, right? Gecko Gods, very fucking fun. Love it, love it. I mean, I already wishlisted a long time ago. The trailer is so good. Wholesome direct. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, what this? Venting Dokkan. Squeak Ross? What is that? Puzzle character customization tutorial cute 3D tutorial. The game itself is all tutorial. Omelette you cook. What? Gourd lit together. Heidi's legacy. 焦虑小狗. Anxiety puppy? Oh, it is. Anxiety puppy. Whoa. I want this character. That looks really cool. It's already great. I'm just worried it's a game that gets boring after a stream or two if it stays like that, Island. That is very true, yeah. The minigame about Heidi, it's an ancient German kids show that was bought by Disney at some point. Whoa, this one? Heidi's Legacy, Mountain Calling. Don't know what that is. Fishball? A game about fishball? Make room? A fish about make room? Is this seat taken? Wow. Asocial giraffe. A week in the life of asocial giraffe. Tales of the Shire. What was the feet again? Ui, that feet doesn't look good. Kepi Castaway. That's cute though. Wait, that's cute though. "60th day of summer storm." Oh no. Cute bird. Oh. Oh my god. Pre-alpha? Are we dead? That is... That is so cute though. Maybe one quick nap, that's okay. That is so cute. Holy shit. Fish Cost Wall is here. And my button is not as agile. Similar to the games I played, Stanley Parable. This game? Oh yeah, while we look for this, it's called Ratatan, right? Yeah, Ratatan. Add to library. What? This one. Oh, Cat played it. Okay, now we look at the wholesome demo. Oh, wholesome direct. Where's my wholesome direct? Okay, let me just keep going back. There we go. Where were we? Oh, that was quick. Muri Wildwoods. Seasonala Cemetery. Cheap Herds? Clawsome? Okay, that's kinda cute. It's like Scaly Saloon. Ratatan, that's a fun one. Don't forget to change the stream title and all. Oh, thank you. I'll change it after. It's apparently made by the original creators of Patapon. It looks like they have a gameplay down, so it looks to be good. I never played Patapon. I only see my cousin played it, and I always wanted to try it out, but I don't have a PSP. Now we have Ratatan. I'm so sick of seeing Schedule one stupid drug game. Is it weird that I never really seen Schedule 1? Oh my god, stupid car. Leaf blower. Oh no. Yo, oh my god, it's leaf blower. Oh my god, it's leaf blower. I want it. I kind of want to play it. Used leaf blower sale. Yo, it's my kind of game. very gas station simulator. Very generic. Although to be fair, oh, you can suck leaf as well. This is an idle game that I played for a long time. Hey, play a demo now. Easy to code, very popular. That's on Game Pass if you want it cheaper. Is it already out? Generic Simulator is the meta now? Feels like it. Ever since Power Wash Simulator, right? But there's also another game, I'll show you guys after. Another game that I played sort of just like that. Albeit it's like a top-down view, so might be a little bit different. Little Kitty Big City. Oh yeah, I have this one wish listed. Fireside Friday. The Coffee Capper. Is that bird? RPG story rich, pixel graphics, cute, bullet hell? All of them doesn't... Ow. Omelette you cook. Winter Barrow. Survival indie? Crescent... What? Whoa, that looks kind of cool. Not my kind of thing, though. Let's build a dungeon. No, it's too technical. It's too technical. Oh, that's it. There's not a lot of games here, but hey, it's pretty good. It's hard to make a wholesome game and interesting at the same time. I get it. So let me show you the game. I think it's also called Leaf Blower. Yeah. Dude, this game was the bomb. Holy shit. I played this game for 37 hours. That's not as long. Blowing is fun. Blowing is pretty fun. I got confused with Spray Paint Simulator. Spray Paint Simulator? Let me see if my save file is still here. Also, hi, Snowwolf. I can see. Can you make it bigger? Okay, I have a cheat to this. Local save or Steam save? Wait, which one is it? They're both 2022, I think. Playtime 1 day, playtime 1 day 15. It looks like they're both the same. Oh. Why are you so small? Whoa. Whoa, what happened? Where's the option? Graphics. Full screen. Thank you, now I can see. Holy shit. Oh, Border's full screen is good. Font alternative. Pixel. Oh my god. Sound. Oi! Oi! 我操！我吓死了妹！Oh my god, this scared the fuck out of me. Okay. Okay. Oh. Alright, now we can blow some leaves. How do I play this game again? I don't know. What am I? Why is there a deer? Hi, Pause Patrol. Welcome. Ooh, achievement. Am I still a newbie? Upgradables. Holy shit, there's so many things now, what the fuck? Printers? Printer? Printer? You're telling me this printer? Wow. Support shop. Wow, this game looks like it's still getting updates everywhere. Alright, there's some things going on. How did I quit the game? I'll save and quit, thank you. Gecko got success like leaf blower revolution. Oh yeah, he did tell me about it and I didn't do it. Here, let me do it now. Let's play some Ratatan. Gone. Oh? Look, it's a good title, you guys know it. Okay. Remember watching this on YouTube? Good chill game indeed. I used to just have it play on the background and I just do whatever I want. It's really fun. I feel like I want to do that again because hell yeah, it's great. Alright, Ratatan. Could find other games and Game Plus demos? That too, but I kind of want to let people know what I'm playing though. Are they moaning just now? Notification. Oh no, it's in Japanese. Okay, thanks for trying the Ratatan demo. We're collecting gameplay data during the demo to help us improve the game as we continue development. You can also share your thoughts, suggestions, or bug reports through the official form on the title screen. We'd love to hear what you think and sell adventure with Ratatan. I know some of those symbols I learned a little. Heck yeah. Online? I remember this annoying song. It's okay, it's kind of hype though. Let's play 80% for now. Looks about right. Yahoy, Zuntaka, Rata. Alright, now we can play. Online. Grabs Bracky and dance. Yaoi command? Oh my god, yaoi. I know what yaoi is. I'm not as innocent now, am I? Yeah, I know what yaoi is. Mimizukion, Hyokorappa, Nyantola, Harikitan. I like bird. I like bird. Until getting more corrupted each day. Should today's lesson be Bukake? Haha! Now here's the thing. I've been told what Bukake is. I think it was like last year. I also don't know what Bukake is, but now I know. Yeah, I know what it is. Tira is lewd? Haha. No, Tira is not lewd. As a dragon, I'm lewd. It's okay. Increase some HP Kabun revive with by 10%. Kabun. On just inputs increased by 10%. Ooh. Sortie? Mimisakyun. How do I play this game though? So dark. Where am I? Wake. Play. Who are you? Play. Play in a trance as you. Huh? I couldn't read that. Guess it really is broken. Oh, that won't do. Let's give this time honored take a try. Twang. What's happening? Oh, I think that worked. Unless it pays to parrot the legends. It's too fast. Ah, what's this? My heart feels excited. Doki doki shimasu. You press buttons in time, simple? Fair enough. I'm bird. There's more bird. I save you from the trash heap. You're welcome. Here's our partner Fodrun. Oh, to run. What should I call you? What's important to say you can move, eh? I think. Make your way over to me. Controls are... left controls are weird. I can only walk like this if I'm walking left. But I can walk right just fine. Why left? Why? Okay, I know this is very sad, alright? Give me a second. I think I know how to fix this. Or maybe that's intended, but I don't know. I don't believe that's intended. Usually I need to enable Steam input for this. And then I need to edit the layout from this one to this one, this one to this one, this one to this one, and this one to this one. Look, usually that works, okay? Pretty burp and pretty out. Mimizukyun. Can I skip? Ooh. Walao, I cannot skip. Ayoi. That's the first mistake, Ratatan. Make this skip able. Don't be Monster Hunter. Sorry, don't be Monster Hunter World. Alright? Make cutscenes skippable. YouTube decided I have to watch our videos now, and they're the most adorable creatures ever. Yes, and they're so fluffy as well. Oh. Wakaka. Photo run run run. There we go, it's fixed. Photo run run run. Fishy looking creatures, they are chorus. Hi Jade, is this demo? Yep. Like button. Catch one and it should turn into a kobun. Increase number of kobun? Ikiro kobun! Should be what I call melodium. Oh? Spot. Zuntakatan yahoy. 3 faces would be your strength and adventure one. What? Oh, okay. Yahoy, 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 hoy. Da da hoy. Oh, hustle take. Oh, guard. Guard is 2. Oh. Oh. I don't know what's happening. What do I do? Oh, that's dodge? Oh, that's dodge? I'm dodging as well. Oh shit. What am I doing? Oh, are you telling me to B? Oh, oops. I didn't see the screen. So I still keep singing the combo will fight for you, okay? What's hustle? That's guard, right? Oh, am I doing it? I need to hustle? Gumayong? What is Gumayong? How are they attacking? I don't know what's happening. It's so cool though. Apply a Rata with the fire attribute? No. Is this a roguelike game? Can I break the game in the future? Please tell me that I can do that. Not enough mana. Oh, Ibuki Yuki, hi. It says what you can do in the bottom corner. I was following that, but they say something. I don't know what's happening. It's so fucking cool though. Periodically create explosion or Ratatan, dealing 10% max HP. Oh. Creates an explosion and deals an additional 7.5% and inflict burn until my character is 50% based on HP lost. Oh. I mean, explosion is good. Grand, that's how you use it? Goody gate. Door in the next area. Little balls. They come in lots of colors twisted in paper. Oh shit. We're gonna mess you? What's fall in? What's that attack? So 2 is guard, 3 Zuntakatan is attack? Oh, okay, so 3 Zuntakatan is attack, 2 Zuntakatan is guard? Hustle, I don't know what Hustle does. I don't know what Hustle does? Sometimes they do the big one? Oh, it's Hustle like the big boy skill. And then I need to do Zuntakatan to a 3 Zuntakatan to attack? That might be it. Canopy rings that smells pretty good. A chance to catch up there? It could be useful. We might actually make it to the ever after. Oh, are you trying to use me? A Photon Dream. Photon run. Ever after we'll hold some clues? I don't know, everything is so fast. Slow down, I cannot catch up what's going on. Uh-oh. Decadon? Oh, that's so cool though! Decadon. Let's go! Oh. This is attack, right? Okay, so this is attack. Keep attacking, I think. What's dodge again? Everyone's dead! Everyone's dead! Oh no, game over! That's not scripted, I feel like. That is scripted, I feel like. Oh, wait, so it is a roguelike kind of thing, I think. if you break, I'll keep weapons and materials secure. Okay, you say it's a starting point to do your best next time. Grand, with this style, I really fly on. This is right upon our rules of repression. Take a look around. That's so fast. Oh my god. My room. Use it to any personal upgrade you might need. Go on, give it a go. Never fall theory. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm so good though. Look, I'm gonna save myself the trouble and I'll read Chinese, okay? 你好，亲爱的. Wow. calling me dear, 亲爱的. Do I go in here? 欢迎来到你的拉搭档之家，强化你自己的能力，跟你的地方让自己强化不行的。Okay, okay. Sorry, I think Chinese is way. I think I read Chinese a little bit faster here. Hi Fluffy, Ratatan is out. Yeah, it's the demo. It's not out, but the demo is out at least. 在我家强化选单中可以进行歌宝的强化。说国单呢？不地技能的解锁，在歌宝的强化中需要在2个选择中选强化的项目。每个强化都有等级，等级智慧强的程度，当属于需要参加。是有虫子哦 ，so you can reset it at any time。最爱糖果，获得糖果时会获得拉搭档的 HP。Sure. Whenever I get candy, I can recover health. So many demos. I know. I think it's like a. It's not next fest, is it? 任务档 ，sorry， 冒险中的各种任务会有任务档上展示。通过击败指定的敌人数呢，或促成展示都可以获得奖励。推荐每次或OK， 所以完成任务是Summer Fest? Question mark. So, hey, look, sortie 1 times, clear 3 times, clear Pirates of the Paradian 1 time. I actually changed it to English, whatever. Squad screens where you select the Ratatan and Kobun. Who enjoy your adventure. Current and Kobun squad information display here, and you can change settings to undo your select of cursor. Change the equipment. To change the first Kobun in each row, select the unit type for that row. On blink? Okay. There's a specific Kobun to assign. Second and subsequent Kobun in each row, select the Kobun that are the same unit type as the first Kobun. It's a rhythm game, right? There has to be like a very... You know, I was thinking about that Decadon fight. There has to be like some sort of a sign or some telegraph thing that I need to pay attention to, but I'm just not doing that. I can change which Ratatan you play as by selecting them. Your deployed Kobun will change depending on which Ratatan you are controlling. When switching Ratatan, it's a good idea to double check your set Kobun squad. Oh. So Mibizukyun is the ranged damager? Question mark? Gauss, Chayo, Geira, Kan, Lancelot, Marcia, Yukimura, Sigurd, and Hilda. I mean, Yukimura? Yukimura is the shittiest attack though. But a shit ton of health. And charge a high speed dealing damage and knocking back enemies. Decrease enemy attack power and bring down airborne enemies. Oh, so hustle tech is charge. Hustle tech to bring down airborne enemies. Set a bomb that increases in power and radius when kicked. Launches explosive upwards, damaging airborne enemies. So Hustle Tech 2 is aimed at airborne enemies. Hustle Tech 1 is some sort of a stronger attack. So Zuntakatan 3 times is to attack. Zuntakatan 2 times with 1 interval in the middle is to guard. What does Ratatan do then? Any like tutorial on like I don't know. I'll keep going. The game is fun as hell, even though I don't know what I'm doing. Rata Kurata with the wind attribute. Kobun stop moving when attacking but gain 20% more critical damage. Critical inflicts 10% damage and knockback. Normal attacks have a 20% chance to landing critical hits. Oh, 25%? Holy shit. What do they do? I mean, can they heal? So Ratatan is to rally, okay. Get him! Get him! So Tech 2 is to airborne enemies. Okay, okay. Am I doing it? Too far, too far. Okay. Oh wait, attack. How do you attack this thing? Come on, man, Kobun! Aim properly! Aim properly, man. Come on, what are you doing? Oh wait, come back a little bit. Okay, here. Oh my god, that thing. Oh hell yeah, easy. Okay. Did they call you an Iono? Ghost. Hi, that's a lot of numbers. I cannot pronounce that. Hope you're doing good. I was curious about the game you're playing. It's called Ratatan. It's a demo though. Increases the number of Kobun. Oh yeah, Cyberfox, you're right. Obtain the Ratakurata of the fire attribute. Ratakurata is like the buff? Thanks. Increase the number of Kobun. Kobun? Did I lose one Kobun already? Oh wait, no, I have 3 Kobun. 3 is the maximum Kobun, no? I'll just get this one then. Can you guard while attacking? Nope. Okay, we got first. Now we attack. Oh wait, it's down. Oh my god, easy. I'm learning, I think. Damage taken decreased by 30% HP is below 50%. No more text create an explosion induce an additional... Oh, okay. Hustle text creates an explosion induce an additional anything. Normal attack is Zuntakatan 3 times, right? Zuntakatan 3 times is normal attack. Hustle attack is Yahoy. The Ratatan is to rally. So rally is to get them to my side. And then I'll do Zuntakatan or Yahoy Hoi to attack them. I think that's it. There's a lot of things to think about. I'm playing D&D with the guys that are playing as my chaotic neutral kobold. Best. Alchemist Artificer Ziggy? Currently trying to explain to the rest of the party why having my character chop the firewood for the camp is a bad idea. I mean, a kobold chopping a firewood is never a bad idea, no? And kobolds can do everything good. I'm a dragon, I know. Does that heal? My kobold is all like dying though. Is that vitamin? My friends Simon and Michael are asking for a good reason why I can't do it, and I said, Ziggy's 3 feet tall, you schmucks. Ziggy's 1 firewood tall. You can just explode them, it's fine, right? An unknown enemy looms, or increase a Ratatan's maximum HP by 50. Only 50? Wait, only 1? That kinda sucked, no? Go! Attack! Get him! Oh. Oh, they're all dead. I cannot hear the music. I cannot hear the music. Holy shit. Oh, it's Kobo Gold. Hi. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. How's Dead by Daylight? Thanks for a raid. Also, thank you, Jade. Wow. Jade, you didn't... Jade. I'll do the slash one. Hope you're doing good, Kobo Gold. Thanks for a raid. Welcome everyone from the raid. Usually I'm a kobold, but today I'm a dragon. I'm Linglong. I'm a dragon. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I still love dragons to bits. I do, and I still love dragon bits. And yeah, I do art sometimes. So welcome in. Did all my kobold die already? Is the question. Oh, they died. Hiya. So when my kobold dies, I cannot do anything then, can I? Oh, someone revived. Get him! I believe in you, Kobun!
Long story short, my explosives are not to be used if the party is too close to me or in the camp after the infamous faggot holding bomb incident I caused last year during one of our previous sessions.
I can't hit! It's an no command? You sure you didn't type it wrong? Hmm? Oh, sorry, I missed that. What was everything? This is the support desk. You can unlock skills that will support you on your adventure. Would you like to take a look? Maybe? That'll be good. Okay, let me read that again. Long story short, my explosions are not to be used if the party is too close to me or in the camp because the infamous bag of holding bomb incident I caused last year during one of our previous sessions. Ah, but then again, no explosion. It's so sad though. I'm on mobile currently. The command doesn't exist on mobile. Oh, ew, oh, ew. Mobile Twitch sucks still? Holy shit. Because Twitch is great. Yeah, Twitch is great. What can I say? So good. Twitch is so perfect. The summon decks can assist in your adventure by unlocking helpful features. Many beneficial options exist, such as making healing springs appear or increasing the number of Kobe you play. Oh yeah. We recommend taking a moment to give yourself a boon once in a while. Support desk options can be reset at any time, so feel free to experiment.
I destroyed a mountain to kill a Dracolich, and it also almost accidentally killed the party as well.
Dracolich? Shit, I mean, I never play any D&D, so all of those I have no idea what's going on, so... but, I have 4 Kobun now. Oh, do I? Yep, I do. Maybe, okay, maybe change this to Ranger Kobun now. Yoichi? Dora?
Basically, a Dracolich is a zombie dragon.
Damn, I want a dragon. Oh, wait. Wait, are you telling me spear? The spear Kobun is no whiz? No whiz? I assume that's like wisdom or wizardry. Oh, this one is 9. Hilda, Marcia Lancelot. Hey, look, Lancelot, okay. Oh, oh, I'm the best. Yo, I win. I destroyed mountain to kill one. Hey, sounds like a good amount of explosions, no? I have enough candy, no? Nice. Oh man, I would... Jade, when you ask that... Are you sure you're gonna play as any other Ratatan other than Mimizu-kyun? I mean, I don't care about the other ones. It can't be the burp. I know, right? Okay, to be honest, Harikitan is kind of cool. But the rest is just... If it's not Mimizu-kyun, I was like, I gotta fancy the idea. You know what? Fair enough. Let's go with 4 Kobun now. Oh yeah, I can jump. It's Soaking Splash. Creates a splash of water when landing normal attacks, dealing an additional 36% damage. Jumping release water droplets below you that deals damage equal to 150% of your barrier strength. How do I jump again? I mean, how do I call my Kobun to jump? I think I did that once. Increase attack power by 25% at the start of battle. Oh no. This one then. Is it Ratatan? Ratatan? Okay, sorry, it is. Let's go. Kill them. Get them. Ow, fuck. Oh my god, I'm so good. I killed them all. That's like the fastest one. Number of Kobun. Ratakurata with the poison attribute. Poison? I mean, I'm gonna assume this one gives one extra Kobun. Let's go! Kill them! Oh my god, I killed all of them! Holy shit! How the fuck did I become so strong? Ikiro Kobun! Earn tokens used in the store? Oh fuck yeah! Oh my god, is that gems? A washed out piece of glass comes in a variety of colors. I bet I can eat that. Unknown enemy looms. I feel like, why not go for this one? I feel strong. And then I'm gonna immediately regret this. Get him! Ay. Ay. Oh, someone died. Dodge! Oh my god, that was actually so good. Alright, come back. Okay, now we go. This is fine, right? Oh, Kobun died? There's no need to dodge actually. Chinka? Hi. Where? Don't do it! I'm dead. Ooh. Okay. Oh no, I cannot get hit. They died! Fuck! They died! But I died too! Hi, Oi? Why am I being Oi, Ed? How do I call you? My dragon is Ling Long, but I don't mind being called Tira all the time. La da 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 da. Crafting allows you to level up weapons, upgrade the level limits, and craft weapons. To level a weapon, select the one you wish to level, then select other weapons to use as materials. Oh. You can select groups of weapons to use as materials by setting specific filter conditions. So make sure this feature to speed up the process? Upgrading the level cap of a weapon allows you to raise the specified weapon's max level limit by using special items. Note that items required for upgrading level caps won't become available until midway through your adventure. Weapon crafting allows you to create epic and legendary weapons by using specific materials. One weapon of each weapon type through weapon crafting. Okay. Oh, the rocks. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, we have a fancy spear. Wait. Oh, lance and spear is different. Ay, yoy. Standard bow, fancy bow. Okay, so we don't use lance. Sorry, we use lance. We don't use spear. Oh. Yeah, why not? This is a roguelike battle? Oh god. Who told me about this game? I'm gonna sink 200 hours on this game now. Fuck. Well, it's alright. It's just a demo, right? It's just a demo, it's okay. La da 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 da. Yeah, I'll keep going. Fuck yeah. Oh no, I'm gonna play 2 hours of this. Oh god. Recover 1% MP when defeating enemies with hustle attacks. Inflict shock on enemies. Recovers by 10 every 4 seconds when nearby enemies are shocked. I always prefer the normal hit though. Seems really strong because I can just spam them. Little balls. Get balls. Oh. Get him! Oh, one shot, holy shit. See, some place are so strong. What is this? Let's get more Ratakurata poison, yeah? Hi Uncle Boar. Oh my god, hope you're doing good. Get him! Easy, look at that. Poison pinch. Poison damage triggers 30% faster. Defeating poison enemies causes a poison abyss to spread. Hustle attack inflicts poison on enemies. Oh, okay. This game is so much fun, though. Oh, free? Heck yeah. Increase the number of kobun again. Ikiru kobun. Why not get more kobun, right? It's always nice to get more kobun. Get him! We're so good! Fish the boring fish so Uncle Buck gets the cool stuff? More Koblin? What's token 4 again? Earn tokens used in the store. What store are we talking about? Is it like an in-game store? Like, halfway? I'm still gonna get more Koblin. I feel like it doesn't hurt to get more Koblin always. Get them! Now they're poisoned! Oh, I'm learning, I think. More Kobun! Oh, there it is. Okay. Recovers the Ratatan HP by 150. Oh, I'm Ratatan. Oh. The Ratakurata with the lightning attribute. Yep, I like this one. Hustle Zep. Inflict shock on the charge. Every 4 seconds while nearby enemies are shocked. I think this one is pretty good since my normal hit has like shock. Yeah. And then I want to buy this as well. Very, very nice. Nice. Get him! Alright, follow me first. Attack. Another one. Okay, okay. I think I'm learning. Increases attack power if for 25%. HP is 35%. Oh. Increase hustle attack damage by 20% and has a chance to inflict freeze. Increases HP recovery. It recovers 10% of max HP when acquired. Oh, just heal? I like this one. No money. I'll think? Okay. Oh, the pulse is dead silent. Oh, it's such a shift, holy shit. I thought the music's gonna keep playing, but no, it's dead silent. Okay. Okay, okay. Very, very nice. Alright, let's continue. Oh, boss fight? A monstrous enemy looms. Oh, must be Tekadon, no? The Jolly Hermit. Oh, should block that one. Wait. No, no, no. Oh. Oh, this is bad. Oh, that's very telegraphed. I pressed the wrong button. Dodge time? Okay, okay. Gone? Another one? I don't know what they're doing. I'm scared. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh no! Okay, that was a good block. Archer's here. Okay, keep going, keep going, keep going. Dodge? Okay, don't dodge. Oh! Well. Really? Asher's here? Asher's here? Oh, Asher's here and die? That was dumb. It's okay, we can keep attacking. Okay, it still hits. Okay, let's ready first. I feel like... We wait for the Cove to come here first. Very nice. Okay, okay. Too late. Ooh. It's okay, keep attacking. Oh, I didn't dodge it. I'm dead. Ah! Oh, okay. They still die. Oh. A fake stolen from the Mountaineers lair? Pretty slick, right? That's the first boss kill. Easy. I feel like this one is not as hard as the Decadon. It's so cute in the game. And it's very interesting too because you have to really think about the situation. You don't really have a lot of time to react to what's happening. It's kind of a guessing game a little bit, but it's so fun though. It doesn't fully heal. Oh my god. I'm really loving this one. It's a roguelike game too, you can build to be very strong. Get him! Give him the big boy. More Kobun or more money? And it's what the fuck? How is it multiplayer? Holy shit. We'll get remakes of 2 original Ratatan games in July. 2? Wait, this is one? What's the other one? This is so much fun though. I want more Kobun. I want to be strong as fuck. Get him! Get him! Give him the big boy! Keep attacking! Keep attacking! Our archers are doing work? Block for a bit? Okay. Okay, now we go. Give him! Get him! Oh, that was perfect. Got him! See, the decision making is so crucial. It's so fun. Ikido Coven. Win attribute? Sure. Oh, that kills. Come here, come here. Give him the big one. Oh, the archers are too close. It works. Goodies! Goodies! Hurricane Havoc. Plus 30% chance of landing crit. Hustle attack? Crit? Kobun stop moving when attacking but gain 30% more critical damage. Oh, so win's all about crit, huh? I like normal hit crit. Maybe shop is good. Goodies! And Oasis in Hell? No more attack by 20%. Has a chance to inflict flurries. Fully power if HP is 70% above at the end of battle. Oh! Recovers 10% of max HP when acquired. I like this one. More normal hit. More. Ooh! What's happening? Why do I have that? An unknown enemy looms. Do I dare? I'm so far away though. I don't want to lose to an unknown enemy. But it's so tempting. Ooh, it's so tempting though. What if it gives something that's so fucking good? See, that's the thing. You never know what they give though. Ooh. Let's do it. I'm gonna regret this so hard. Alright, here we go. Give the big one here. Another big one. Another big one. Oh, someone died. We're gonna keep attacking. Something hit me. Get back for a bit. Okay, we dodging, we dodging. Keep attacking. Ready? Stay here. Attack. I think I can keep attacking. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got him! Oh, we got him! Okay. Kids trust this lasso, perfect for wrangling. I gotta assume that gives something that's gonna be like some unique upgrade, I think. And in the town, question mark? Alright, let me drink. Yeah. I'm sorry, but this is so much fun though, holy shit. Like, the music is such a banger as well. More poison. More. Get him! Get the big one. Oh yeah! Archers are holding them back. Their front line's dying. Go back first. Oh, yeah. Get back, get back. Oh, these things are so tough to kill. Alright. Got him! 10% damage to boss enemies. Normal attack inflict poison on enemies. My normal attack is gonna be so fucking strong. It's gonna become hustle attack at this point. Yahoy, 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 hoy, hoy. Uh-oh. Keep Archer. Archer. Okay, wait, come back. Come back. That was fast. Okay, we need to deal with this big one. A cow shark? Maybe? There we go. Get back. Give it a big one. Another one. Drag them back. Attack. Oh. Right, come here. Got once. Low health. Now we attack. We'll come back first. We are losing some units. I'm just gonna rain arrow on them from here. That kind of works. We rankled that bucking bull. Job. Ah, yeah, not enough money to buy much things though. Let's just get more token. Why not? It's gonna scare you how I'm only left with 50 health though. Nice. Forever and ever happy. Now that's count like shit. That's scary. Forever and ever happy? That's not gonna... Oh! A bat's wing. What happened to its owner? Oh, boss fight? Oh shit. Goodies! Boss fight goodies! Wagoon. I think we got this, no? Oh! That looks so cool! We jump? Jump? Okay. Ooh. Come here first. Get back. Attack. Dodge. Oh, they went back. That was weird. Oh, yeah. I'm so scared. I cannot tell what they're trying to do. Oh. Come back first. That was cool. There's 2 hits. Oh, god damn it. I've been bred. No. I tried. I thought they're gonna like get up like much earlier, but then no, they get up so far back. That was a really good try though. This is crazy for a demo though. How many worlds can we play? It's such an impressive demo. Da, 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 da. It guarantees a healing spring in Pirates of the Paradian. Ooh, fancy lens. Level 5, level 10. Oh, Batwing. E-Hauler Sword. Oh, Bucking Bull. Should I try other Ratatan? Yeah, let's give it a try. We play Harikitan. I assume this is the far attack one. Then this is going to be Susanon. There we go. The guard command reduces damage by an extra 20%. Oh. Oh wait, Ratatan. Oh, the Ratatan has different skills? Increase the amount of HP of the amount of HP Cove will revive with by 10%. Oh. Ooh. Da, 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 da. From the brink. When a Ratatan dies, revive with 50% of HP. Wow, okay. Can I revive 2 times now? I'm just gonna choose all the standard ones. Candy? Candy good. Alright, let's see what Harikitan do. I'm gonna assume they have different sound. Skill or hostile attack MP cost to 0? Ooh, this one's good. More candy? Hi again, well. Bean boozled beans? Bean boozled? Goodies! Let's go! Come here, come here, come here. How far do you attack? Not that far, it feels like. More Koboon? I like more Koboon. Can you attack them? Too far? Oh! More Koboon! More token? Bean boozled on jelly beans with the sorry, I missed it. With the gimmick that half of them are an awful taste, half of them are a good taste. I hope it's only the good ones. It's 50-50. Not worth the risk because I don't even like the good ones much. How good are we talking about? Is it like heavenly kind of good or just good? And bad? Is it like hellhole kind of bad? Let's get more candy. Goodies! Nice fight, Lucky! They're like peach taste or diaper. Ooh, fuck! It's not worth it, it's not. Who thought of a devious shit like that? What? That's a thing? Diaper? Another one. Oh, the pikes are not that far as Archer. More Koboon! Ikire Koboon! Karabiya! The music. Uh-oh. Come back, come back, come back. This one? It's so far. Got him. Okay, so the plan here is a little bit different, right? Just a little bit different. Because Archer shoots really far, so I can essentially attack from far away, and I can I can sort of call the swordsman to just like keep going forward, but I don't know. Bean Boozled has never had diaper. Good. To me, liver and onion sounds better than coffee. Not raw liver, right? That would be wild, though. raw liver sounds very scary. I got the chin scratched by Jade. Oh my god. Hustle chill. More Kobun. Ikiro Kobun. Oh hey. The Ratatan maximum HP by 50. Sure. Oh, that's so good. Wait, the pikes aim on them though, on their own? They aim. It's like archers just shoot randomly, or kind of. Nice. Oh, this is actually really good. Okay. Never mind cost of the level. Break your brain some function play. It's okay. My brain as a kobold and or a snake and or a dragon doesn't work all the time as well, so. Ooh, boss fight again? Feels pretty easy now. Feels like I kinda got what I'm doing. A little bit, right? Just a little bit. I kinda know what I'm doing here. Get him! Uh-oh. Oh, it keeps going back. Oh, they kinda go forward by the honor as well? This is fine. Ready first? Oh. Oh, got him! That was easy! Holy shit! A pincer ripped from a jolly hermit, poor thing. Is it a poor thing though? Easy. Holy shit, this game is so much fun. Oh my god. Crap? More like crap. Oh no. Breaking what have you done? Bad day. Sad looking wasteland. What's the real deal with gold mine? Not anymore, I guess. Time can be cruel. Wow. Ah. Ah. Let's get Candy. I feel like Candy has more to unlock, I feel like. Goodies! Let's keep going. Come back first. We do the big one. Oh, it's so good. Go up to their faces, let's go. That's my kind of playstyle. We get more damage. Goodies! I love how every time I go to the new map or like a new stage, goodies! Oh my god, what a hit. Oh no! Oh, someone died. Oh, it's too far. Harigitan is kind of fun to play. Yeah, this is really good. More Kobun? I feel like at this point getting more damage with my commands would be good, no? Hi, Pause. I could give you a Twiddle. Draw a Toido plushie for the pile. Toido plushie for the pile? Oh my god. I mean, we have... Oh, we haven't put... I haven't put Brecky Egg into the pond. I kinda want to put Brecky plushie in the pond as well. Goodies! Oh my god, wait, I can push back with that thing. Uh-oh, we're dying, we're dying. Block first. Take a break. Oh, that doesn't help. Come back first. There's a cannon that's very tough to deal with. Yeah, that's pretty good. But I need to get so close to them. Oh, this one's kinda hard, holy shit. Inflict poison enemies to boss enemies. I like this one. My normal attack is gonna inflict so many things now. I wonder, do they stack though, is the question. I'm kinda hoping they do. Yeah, hi, hope you're doing good, boss. Oh, I can buy a Kobun here. I can get more Kobun there as well. Yes, sir. Ikire Kobun. I had the maximum amount of Kobun already. Oh shit. I shouldn't fight that one. No. Let's try this one then. So 9 Kobun is the maximum amount I can have. That is fair, right? That is fair. Imagine if I had like 100 Kobun. Get him! Oh. Not enough mana. Come back first. Oh. I'm being pushed back. Block for one more turn. I got shot. Holy shit. This is fine. Nice, nice. We're doing it, I think. Okay, we're gonna stick very close. Do it here. Wham! Oh, that's so good. It can be. Oh no, already a fortress. It's okay, we have skill. Get him! Boom! Another one. Come back. And don't fight the close range there. I think I can farm my skill points here. Go my Kobun! Kill them! Alright, come here, come here. Big one. That just destroys a fortress with no resistance. It's so good. Do you have fun emotes, ideas for Braggy? They're gonna get 5 more. Funny ideas, huh? A dancing Braggy? Something keeps hitting me. Oh, you're there, dancing Braggy. Bricky Boom? Oh, Bricky Boom is good. Being drive back. Oh. Oh, they can shoot whenever they want. Go! There we go. There's something she's just gonna rush them down. Inflict 10% damage and knock back. I want to get more crit on normal hit. I think I saved my revive, so this should be fine. Harikitan is pretty tanky, I feel like. Braggy fishing? I don't know why I'm thinking of Braggy bite. Braggy bite, maybe? I mean, I'm just thinking that I like biting, so. Look, I'm a dragon, I'm a kobold, I like to bite, alright? Oh, that's pretty good. I died. Everyone's dying. That's pretty good. Regroup. That's pretty bad. Combat first. Oh, I got sniped. I got sniped again. I'm dead. Oh! Come here, come here. Assemble. Go here. I'm stuck. Another one? I don't have enough. Uh-oh. Go back first. Keep blocking, keep blocking. Assemble. Okay, they're all coming back in. Heal them with the big one. Another one. Oh, they ran away. Assemble. We got this, we got this. Attack. Another one. I'm dead. Guard. Oh my god, I could have died there, holy shit. That was so lucky. The wagon's pride and joy, bet it would make a cool noise. Oh, this one is really hard, this one is really hard. It's so much fun though. Breaky tippy tappy typing? Oh yeah. Oh! I can't wait for more wishes now to get more outdates. Did I wish list this already? We did it! We did the thing! Store page. Oh, it's right. Add to my wish list. There we go. What's the other patapatapon like game? Boop. I wanna Mimizuki on this again. Mimizuki. Feels like Mimizuki is a little bit harder for me to play, since I'm not really like a Mimizuki. I'm not really good at ranged attack, I think. I love to go up close and personal. That's my kind of thing. Da, 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 da. Soldier Kobun, Spear Kobun, Archer Kobun, Kobun House Annex, deployable Kobun to 5. Oh shit, heck yeah. How do I get chocolate? I see. I found how to get chocolate. Yeah, Ratatan demo. Go try it. Ratatan so fucking fun here. No, this is demo only. I kinda want to go to the toilet for a bit actually. Hey, not. Let's start another run and then. Was I the one who told you about this game? You did. Plus a few other people as well. Based on HP loss. Periodically creates explosion around Ratatan. Okay, so I have to like get close to them as well. Alright, while we listen to this music, alright, I'm going to go to the toilet real quick, okay? I'll be right back. Steppy emo. Whoa. Unless I actively want to use something that I don't have. Oh, yeah, that's a fair way of thinking as well. Alright, I'll be right back, real quick, alright? In the meantime, don't forget to take care of yourselves, huh? Oh, today's so hot, holy shit. I'm back. Oh, it is constantly creating explosions. I wanna get an emote like that. That's fair. My current most used one are arrive. Don't be happy, yeah. Be happy forever, just like what the Kobun says. Be happy forever eternally. Actually, that's kinda scary. I guess we get more donuts. Yeah, I think donut will be good. Goodies. Is this alright? Maybe a little bit more back. More Coben? Donut's good. Donut is really good. Zuntaka 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 tan. Oh, that's really good. At least the fishes won't go hungry. Ikiro Kabun. I'll get more candy. Nice find, Lucky. More Kobun? Holy shit. That's 2? Ikiro Kobun. I guess we can try this one. Unknown enemy looms. I feel confident. What's this again? Oh. Is it too far? Need to get back here. Oh, they jumped back and they got hit. Oh, that's perfect. Just spam arrows? I have explosions. Spam arrows. Toxic arrow as well. Oh, that's perfect. Nice, we got him. Easy. Squid tentacle? One of Squidly Pete's beloved tentacles. Outstandingly chewy. Why would you say that? Outstandingly chewy, huh? Water. Oh, I like water. I remember water has like AoE effect on the normal hit. Splash of water, I think. Oh, someone hit me. It's kinda hard to aim with the arrows. Dealing an additional 36% damage. Yeah. Increased barrier strength by 10 when acquired. Splash initiated. I like this one. Water? Water? Water. I will drink the water. Oh god, this is too much fun. Let's get money. Do a bone moving? Oh shit. Okay, I can do a bone move in here. Anyway. Bone moving is pretty good. More goblin? Good. A stamp of approval. Ooh. Yeah, the water splash is so good. I have 600 money, let's go shop. Chat, you too care about yourselves? Yeah, that's right. Go stretch and drink some water. Very important. Increase water splash damage by 50% and inflicts knockback? Ooh. I want this one. Funny how these cutest creatures go, yay, murder! It's almost like a kobold. Yay, murder, kill! Explosions. Whoa! That was lucky. With a poison arrow. Uh-oh. Oops. Oh, they didn't shoot it. That's pretty good. I got the flag, not the pincer this time. That block just now was so good, actually. Nice, nice. I want donuts. Goodies. We got their back. We got their back first. Got him. Mother. Maximum health. I mean, I cannot get any more Kobun, so this is fine. Get him! Get them back! Oh, I didn't block in time. Keep attacking. It's somehow working, we keep attacking. Just keep attacking. Oh my god, easy. just keep attacking. Yeah, I couldn't get any more Kobun though. More money. Get their back. Oh, that's a perfect range. Oh, maybe that's how we play Mimizuki-on, right? You get into a good position and get their back first. Ah. Alright, let's buy things. Goodies. Hustle Blast. Create expert that deals an additional 50% damage on inflict burn. So it's going to have toxic plus fire. Oh. Decreases by 40% when HP is below 50%. That one is really good as well, I feel like. I should have some defensive abilities here. Yeah. Feels like that's a good idea. It recovers a Ratatan HP by 150. So it doesn't recover the Kobun HP. Yeah, let's do this one. Goodies. Apparently doing the unknown enemy will give me special materials. Get him! Ayo. Should probably assemble first. Ooh. Looks like the rabbit also needs like the range that I need as well. Oh. That was so good. Let's get more things, right? Let's get more things. Let's get stronger. Looks like I have a lot of barrier here. Come back, come back. Yahoo! Yahoo! Yeah, that was a bad range. We're pushing them back. That one single Lancer is so good. Nice too. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm actually feeling it. Burning Bummer. Every enemy attack power decreased by 10% when inflicted with burn. Based on HP lost. I mean, the HP is pretty low. I think this is pretty good. No? Let's get this one. Donut. Goodies. Oh shit. For free? Another one. Keep blocking. We're gonna wait. Actually, come back here. Uh-oh. We need to push back this guy. I couldn't hit them because I'm Archer. There we go. Going in. Charge. Push back. Push back. Uh-oh. We should block for a bit. Okay, now we can attack again. Go front. Go to the front. Ayo. Dang, this huge archer is... Ow. The poison. Okay, we have shock, we have shock. It's kinda hard if I... Ooh! Ooh, look at that! That looks like a dragon, even though it looks like a donkey as well. I don't know which one is it. Oh, let's get both of these. Burning Blast. Explosion that deals an additional 7.5% damage and inflicts burn. This is really good. Shadow Smash. Attacking frozen enemies when their HP is low enough shadows the ice and deals extra 30% damage. Increases HP recovery, recovers 10% of max HP when acquired. Does it heal my Kobun as well? Oh, it looks like it heals the Kobun as well. Oh, heck yeah. Alright, here we go. Last boss of the demo. Dronky. Dronky. God, sorry, this game is so much more... It's so much fun though. Oh, man. Get him! Ayo. Oh shit. Come here. Attack. Maybe? Oh. Oh, wait, it hits. I'm just abusing the archers. That's a really good spot for the archers. Ayo. Ayo, so many rocks. Get him! Oh. I almost died. Another one? Block? Oh, they roll. Block again? Okay. So after rolling, they'll do 2 times? Surviving? Ah, bitch! Hey. Maybe? Do it! Got him! The toxic arrow. Dude, the archer is so strong! What the fuck? The archers are actually so broken. What the heck? I can just spam attack. They have auto aim. They have aimbot. and then if they're dying, just spam block for a few times, and it's all good. So here's the thing: when it comes to like big enemies, right? Archers can shoot them if they're point blank. I don't need to like adjust my positions or whatever, right? Oh, that's so fun, though. Holy shit. Oh, there's so many things I can unlock still. This is crazy for a demo, no? Ratatan. Zundaka beat. Increase the mixture for landing a normal attack. Oh no. Oh no. What have you done, game? Oh. It doesn't need charging. Oh. Crashing lens. A pretty nice lens, sticking with the pointy end. Gungnir. Oozes evil energy. It's game over if it pokes you. Charging lens carved from stone. It will get the job done. Looks like it. That looks very impressive though. Man, throughout the entire session we only got one epic weapon. It's not from here, right? No, it is. Oh. So there's a chance for epic equipment to drop? Question mark? Oh, that's so good though. Holy shit. Anyway, I think that's it for Ratatan for now. Right? I know there's 2 other characters, but I think I'm gonna do it off stream for this for the rest of the 2 characters. I feel like I could easily sink multiple hours, right? Many hours, like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 is no problem. Maybe even hundreds of hours, I think it's no problem, because something about this game is just so satisfying to do. When you make the right decision and then you watch your troops do the right thing, it's like there's a satisfaction to that, and I think I like it a lot. We should upgrade more archer stuff, no? Oh wait. I'm stupid. We can have more Kobun. Kyutsupi. Rama. Robini. Yachan. Dora. Teruru. Yoichi. I assume maximum drop weapon level will be 10. That makes sense. More Kobun? Never enough Kobun. Although it's kind of funny how 9 is the maximum amount of Kobo that we can have. It's never enough though. Actually, I feel like more Lancer is good. The amount of damage they can do is actually kind of crazy, I feel like. You know what's funny actually? Like throughout this whole session of me playing Ratatan, I always have this like secondhand reaction when I hear hui hui, right? Because that's my sister's name. Well, well, no, that's how my family calls my sister. Hui Hui. It's like, and I keep it. Oh, wait, where? The coincidence is crazy. I'm telling you. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta. Hui Hui. Oh man. I will drink. Hui hui. Alright, so we have one more demo. Turns out I didn't do art today, shit. Oh, 17 upgrades only? It's a demo. It's very fair. Oh wait, that's the fourth run. I want to see what online is like. Is it like a room? Oh no, I'll try it offline then. I don't know what that is. I'm a little bit afraid. Alright, that was pretty fun. And that's a Ratatan. So the last one we'll see is Collector's Cove. Yeah. I want to see what this game is. Okay, there we go. I feel like, yeah, when the full game comes out and if I get to buy the game, I could play the game for a long time. But I'm pretty sure the game's gonna cost like quite a bit. Since it's like kind of a high demand game, I feel like. Collector Cove. Do I get to collect the dragons? Maybe? Okay, there we go. Oh, someone's playing it. Now I'm gonna play it. Let's go play. Wow, and then playing demos is kind of fun. I never do this before because I remember in the PlayStation 3 era, or like when when I had a PlayStation 3, and then it's the first time I went to like an online game store, the PSN store, right? Oh my god, it's so cute. Yeah, PSN store, and then over there it has like this some demo. Oh god, my PC is actually dying. This might be the one that I have to... Oh, it feels much better now, okay. Yeah, and then the demo was like really a demo, right? Really a demo. So in the PS3 demo, they always give you like... So one I know is the demo for Sony Generations, right? Gives you one stage and that's it. One stage! And then there's a demo for Battle Fantasia, I think. It's like a fighting game and it only gives you one character to play with and one stage only. It's like, I mean, sure, it's demo, I get it, but still, that's a little bit rude. No? Oh, give me a second. Let me fix this real quick. And once this one is done, there should be no more flashing. There we go. Okay. Alright, I have to turn the graphics to the lowest possible. Game still looks pretty good. And then you don't like that particular character and do not buy full game? Exactly. Right? I think the first good kind of quote-unquote demo, but that would be unfair though. Let's not say demo. It's a free game, right? So back then, there's one game that I really fucking love. Killer Instinct, right? Killer Instinct for the PC and for Xbox One as well. That time the game is free, still is free. You can play it for free. So what the game does is that the game has this weekly rotation of a single character you can play for free, right? And I think that's all right, right? You can play the character online. You can play the character any content that the game offers, right? You can go through the arcade mode. You can go through the shadow fight. You can go through like just any. You can play the game normally, right? Which is very impressive, honestly. I think that is one. There's a good way to sort of advertise the game, right? Yeah, KI. Is it still fun? To me personally, it's still fun. But because I'm in Malaysia, so most of the matches that I got will always be like super duper laggy, which is unfortunate, right? But if I do somehow get a good match against someone, it's fun, right? It's fun. It's honestly fun. Other than fighting against glaciers though, because I'm a rip domain. Oh, fuck glaciers, fuck glaciers. I hate glaciers. Anyway, Collector's Cove. Oh, I get to customize this. Oh, oh, you're so cute though. I don't know what you are, but you're so cute though. Why do I feel like you're... You know, I don't know why I was trying to say that. Oh, purple. This dinosaur cozy for the first second. Yeah, now the game is like dead silent. It's a little bit scary, but it's alright. Oh my god, wait. That's the best one by far? It looks so squishy. This is the second contender. But I feel like I like this one a lot more. Look at this! It's perfect. And green eyes, alright, because it's actually just my kobold. Why not? Name? Name... Birdie. Name would be... Tira, you're now a dinosaur, okay? Don't worry about it. Alright, apply changes. Whoa. Why is that so striking? Welcome to the Collector's Cove demo. On the following few pages, you will find some valuable information about the different mechanics in Collector's Cove. Please have a look. Keep in mind that this is a very early version of the game that is still in development. Feel free to give us feedback or report any bugs you may encounter via the in-game pause menu. Thank you for being part of the journey. Zoom. Oh? Use tool, change tool? Okay. Fabled crops and fish. Each crop and fish has a fabled variant that can be found under the right circumstances. You go, uncover the secrets and collect them all. Okay. Don't forget to look out information in your collector's compendium. And crops will only grow with water, so make sure to keep them watered during the day. Crops cannot wilt. Oh, thank God. Reeling in while the fish pulls away slows it down, but builds tension. The line turns dry as tension increases. Ease off to prevent it from snapping. Float Sam. Float Sam will float by your boat. Use the plunger gun to reel in float Sam and acquires various resources. The merchant? The bell on your boat is used to call in the merchant. Once called, he will take some time to arrive and then stop next to you. Use the bell again to dismiss him. Oh. So is that my personal slave? Hey, you, come here. Take this, give me money. Alright, I'm done. Get out. Wow. Damn, what a merchant. It's fine, I will love you even if you're a dinosaur. Aw. That's really heckin' nice though. Perceptive collectors can find a suspicious merchant on some islands. In exchange for items, he will trade hints for fabled crops and fish. Once found, he will appear on the merchant's boat. Animal companion? Oh! As you travel through the world, your companion will eventually grow tired and needs to rest. Feeding them crops or fish will help restore some of their stamina. Oh, okay. Use fabled feed to treat your companion with fabled fish and crops. Each kind strengthens your bond, but only once. After that, they'll still enjoy it as regular food. Okay. By interacting with your animal companion, you can manage your trip and select the next destination. When your boat arrives on that island, interact with your companion to travel to the shore. They'll also be there to help you return to your boat when you're ready to leave. That's so cute though. Okay. Hi. Everything feels so slow. I'm stuck. Okay, there we go. Ah. Dear collector, it is our great pleasure to invite you to participate in the annual Tropical Trove Exploration event, TTE. As you probably know, the goal of this event is to rediscover and catalog lost knowledge about all the crops, fish, and treasure located in the area. To that end, we asked you, a promising collector to travel around the Tropical Trove and farm, fish, and explore to your heart's content. Use your collector's companion to track your discoveries, and if you're invested enough, you may even come across some of the forgotten fabled variants. Isn't that an exciting thought? Kinda. Unless there's dragons. It's even more exciting then. We wish you all the best on your travels. Sincerely, the Collectors Association. So you leave me stranded here then? Okay, no. Ooh. This my house? Plunger gun? Shoot, real? Oh, that's how you get things? Oh my god, I can hoard things. Oh my god, I can hoard things! Oh no, game, what have you done? Game, what have you fucking done? Oh no. You better give me fucking everything. Everything would be mine. Can I plunge fish? I mean, I see fish right there. Okay, no. So, what do I do? How do I plant is the question, no? Hello. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's the best game ever. Oh my god. I'm I'm crying. This is the best thing ever. Please pet more, please. Oh god. I'm gonna be here for a bit. I'm crying. Ooh, feed? Oh, I have nothing to feed you though. Oh my god, I've been paid. Oh yeah, I have tools. I can destroy the ship? Oh wait, I'm fishing. Real, 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 real. Whoa, my PC's dying. Real, real. What happened? Louder. Oh, it's nighttime already. Hello. Are you tired? Oh, are you tired? Oh, you reached an island. Oh my god, you're the best. Oh, oh my god, you're the best. Did I just spend 2 hours planning you? Non-stop? Hey, is it okay if I go to the island real quick? Ugh. No fish. Why is that the best thing ever? Is there a shiny there again? Pickaxe upgrade required. Oh. Purple hibiscus. What happened? Oh, can I just like deliver things like this? Oh. Ah, okay. What happened to the time? Why is it already 11 p.m.? Are you kidding me? Have fish. Hey. What the fuck is this time? It's you. Hi. Bait recipe butterfly fish. Companion vampire thief. I couldn't buy any of these. Okay, let's see. Do I need to sleep? It would be best if I don't. No. Okay, so how? What in the world do I? How? Oh. 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 Okay. Okay, camera. Oh, okay. I'm planting things 4 a.m. in the morning. That's pretty normal, no? You know, back then when I was a kid, I would wake up at 4 a.m. and then Sorry, that's a lie. But back in the day when I was a kid, me and my mom would wake up at 3 a.m. and then we're gonna be like, "Son, it's time to fucking plant." Now that's a joke, by the way. No one wakes up at 3 a.m. to plant things. Oh yeah, any item store. Actually, can I make it inside? Nice. I guess we can fish for a bit. Oops, I forgot. Fish. Some people outside of farming still do, but that's a rarity even here. Yeah, it's understandable. I will not wake up at 3 unless there's like a special occasion that I have to. Clownfish. That was a cute little last gambit there. And the fish is angry, it's like surgeon fish. Wait, that's Dory, no? Nice. Fishing rank up? Oh, I can rank up? Oh no, this game is gonna suck me in. I'm serious. It's leveling to doing things like this? My life. It's gonna be gone in an instant. Oh no. My parents used to wake up at like 5 to work while sun was still low. Also, chicken wake up with sun and start to make a lot of noise. Oh yeah, that's fair. I think when I was young, yeah, when I was young, I used to also wake up pretty early because of the chicken noise, and also my mama would like us to wake up very early as well. I think when we were kids, right? we will wake up at like 5 or 6. Even if there's no school, I mean, even if like if there's school, waking up at 5 is like fair, right? But then even when there's like no school time, we still have to wake up at 5 or 6 because my mom and dad would be like, "Don't sleep until so late, are you lazy shits?" So it's like, oh yeah, they're doing that out of the good of their heart, so I'm not even mad about it. Even though right now I wake up every day almost at like 8 or 9. Fish night couple. Eh. Hi Sola. Nice. Hello me. Ready to get pet again? Mmm. You wanna eat some fish? I already gave you flounder. You can have surgeon fish. You can have some clownfish. I'll keep the butterfly fish though. Yeah. Mmm. Anyway, I forgot to do this. I remember Humble has kind of gone to the dark side in some way. I never really dealt with. I never really like buy anything from the Humble bundle at all. Hi Scar. Have you seen Wandering Village? Yes. I haven't played it. I haven't buy it still. I'm gonna play it. It looks so good. It's already nighttime. Brother! Okay, the only thing that I want to share about this game, fucking time goes way too fast, man. Let me do my thing. What do you mean the time is already like, what? I spent the entire day fishing, and I only fished like, what, 5? Hiya. I played this very good vibe game. Fishing rank 2, fuck yeah. I played this very good vibe, and it's on number of difficulty. I mean, I just like the big dragon creature. Seeing that big sea monster that looks like your boat is made on them was what made me think of it. I heard Wandering Village is also like a big dragon-like creature is like carrying the entire village, right? Hence the name Wandering Village. I should go play it. I don't think I've played it since before the pre-release update. Yep, it is. Oh. Not sure I would say dark-like, but big. You can be nice to them. Yeah, I can be nice to this dragon as well. Mmm. A streaking of a kobo. Streaking. Alright, time fucking flies in this game. How I get water? Oh! I got more water. You can also be mean to them, but I feel bad about doing it. Whoever be mean to those like big creature, I'll bite them. I'll bite them until there's no tomorrow. Big creature. If you're nice to them, they're more likely to listen to you, which makes it easier to not end up in bad situations. But being mean can get you more resource to deal with bad stuff. Oh. Is it a good fight game or is it like a very stressful kind of game? I feel like that's kind of stressful though. It's in my opinion very chill. I guess? Maybe it is chill. I feel bad being mean to fictional creatures. Yeah, me too. I cannot fathom being mean to like creatures. Unless the creature itself is being mean to us, then that's a different story. But usually for creatures like these, like the Wandering Village or even this one, being mean to them, I just cannot really fathom. There's something when set fictional creatures being so nice. Exactly, right? Guys, I'm gonna fish here for 2 hours. Hope you guys don't mind. It's okay, right? Ooh, that was a good pull. Is there a way to upgrade myself? It's literally like that early Matt Smith Doctor Who episode. Doctor Who? Who's the doctor? Oh my god, the noise you make. Guess we go here? No, I want the item. Nice. Oh shit. There we go. Happy Cedar? Yes, Doctor Who? Doctor Who? Wait, that's the name of the doctor? That's not very helpful. I should try 100% non-shout intrude first though. Heck yeah. Give me all the items. That's it? Oh, my dinosaur is getting hungry. Oi, Tao. Hiya. So soft. The last armament is going to be hell though. I'm gonna try everything, but at first to get used to it. Doctor's name is Doctor. So Doctor Who is just a show's name. My dinosaur is getting hungry constantly. Here, let me give you something to eat. You can eat all of them. Take it all. Take it all. The doctor's name being a mystery is a frequent reference. To be fair, I don't know anything about Doctor Who. Yeah. Zero knowledge on them. Oh, this one goes right really quickly. But it's just a flounder though. Surgeon fish bait. Is there a way to upgrade myself in a way? Nice too. My dinosaur is dying. Eat it all. Eat it all. My dinosaur is dying. Help. I have more fish for you, friend. What happened? What's the bucket? Basic man? Name Aaron. My name is Aaron? Oh my god. That should be good. And then we have more things here that we can take. This is the best part of the game. Sorry, my mistake. Fishing is the best part of the game. God, I love fishing so much. It looks like I can make smelter. Yeah, smelter, we can make something else as well. Maybe I can make something stronger? I don't need pickaxe though, because just now there was like a place with shinies that I cannot even mine. Okay, fish with you? Heck yeah. And fishing together, just like in wet fishing. Are we here? No, it's sleeping. Alright, I'm not gonna bother it sleeping. Ooh, devil firefish. That's a cool looking fish. Nice, nice. More fish, more fish. I like fishing. At least the character that I play doesn't need to sleep, so to me that's kind of fine. Oh my god, good morning, Tekken. It looks so soft, holy shit. I want to pet it forever. That was a really good first pull. Actually, I want to see if I can make a something stronger than this. Oh, they don't count the items in the item storage? Oh no! Resource to upgrade your tools. There it is. What's the station? Smelter? Compost? I think tool bench would be the first thing that I need. Woodstone fiber, I think. There we go. Need to mine copper ore. Fishing rod requires a lot of things. Increases your inventory space. Oh, how do I get more? How do I get more? Huh. Let's try going to the island again. I mean, maybe I'm missing something? Water? What? That is sacrilegious. How is that? Hey, fine. You know what? It's a fictional setting. It's fine. It's alright. Okay? Don't worry about it. Is this copper? Oh. Rock. Ah. But why, Jade? What's sacrilegious? So I watered a soil. It grew up fine that I can climb in seconds. Chili seed? But not. Yeah, that is fine. Land. Guess there are more things we can do out of in the island. Yeah, here. I watered this soil. The vine grew, and I can climb that. Is it just me? It's like the water, the color is like very watered down. This might be because I got the graphic to the lowest possible. Looks the same to me. Oh, I can fish here? That looks like a big one. Cool, tropical guy. Lilo gets nuts at life on the stream. No, don't worry about it. It's fine. More tropical guy. Okay, so I figure out how to get oh, I have axe. Do I cut any of these? Something I cut? Something I can cut? Oh, these things, maybe? This guy again. The rock, the rock is so soft. The rock, it's not Dwayne the Rock Johnson, don't worry. It looks so soft. Where? Hi, Juno Scout. Look at that cute Nessie in the sea. Nessie who? Nessie? Nessie? I saw a head peeking out of the water. Nessie, Loch Ness monster. Who? Who? Oh, head peek. Wait, that's the dinosaur, no? I have a dinosaur that brings me around. Yeah, it's there, it's there. Alright, I have committed deforestation here. Very, very nice. No trees will survive. Die. No rocks will survive either. Hello, me. Mm. If I do it really fast, it just did a spasm. Yeah, it's super duper adorable. So I spent day one petting that dinosaur. Don't worry about it. Is it easier to fish now? It feels the same-ish. To be fair, it's just one level. Ooh. Particular dairy life, of course. Fishing good. It's awake. It's awake. It's awake. Oh my god. I can spend hours just petting that thing. So, what's the point with money? Because when I go down, the merchant just wants items, but not money. I mean, look at this. See? No money. Cheap horns, vampire teeth, 5 turnip. How do I... It's such majestic cutie one dino. Why do we have hands? Good morning, sea creature. To pay Nessie for rides. Oh, the money? You know what? Fair enough. Nessie is currently giving me that free trial, a 30-day free trial. And after that 30-day free trial, Nessie just be like, bitch, you better pay me. You don't pay me, I'm not gonna go anywhere. Ooh. Piranha? Piranha? How the fuck did I get piranha here? Return to boat and then pet this thing forever. My character's face is so soulless. Yeah, just hide that face. Don't look at the face. It's fine. Hi, Breen. Oh my god, eat Breen. Breen, look, I can fish. Oh my god, I can fish in game. Oh my god, fishing good. Hey, fuck. I've been lurking. Hey, thank you. Always appreciate lurks. And fishing rank 4? Not enough. Who got... Someone got Jade. Oh, Juno got Jade. Guess you give Jade to Nessie then? Gosh, I'm so jealous. Fuck. I want to be given to Nessie as well. Was playing Night Rain and it's unapologetically brutal. Oh, like it's like super duper fucking hard, right? I think that's what the sentence means. My brain doesn't work anymore. Oh no. Oh, actually fishing feels a lot more easier now. Playing with a good team makes it more bearable, though it's very easy to get your booty ranked. Sounds like Elden Ring, yeah. Especially the booty ranked part. So if I want to get more wood and fiber and everything, I need to sort of just keep... I need to keep traveling around? Oh, it's getting dark. I'm gonna go open the lights real quick. And I'm gonna play this for a little bit longer. Thank you. I'm Beku. Okay, lights are open. I can see once more. Very, very nice. Oh, let's do more fishing. Can I get to fishing level 10 today? I don't know. I mean, surely I can. It just requires a lot of time, I feel like. Butterfly fish bait? I guess I have to travel to another place because this island doesn't have anything else for me anymore. Let's go back to the previous island then. What? Am I just going to like random places? I guess I am. Hey, how you doing? Let me pet you real quick. No, I'm not done yet. Oh my god. Okay. I can never get used to the camera controls of this game. Feels a little bit weird. Maybe a little bit. Nice too. Okay. Get it. I want things. Give me things. And give me all the things. Wonder who drops so much boxes of items to the sea. Who does that? Stranded ships, maybe? Transfer stack. Oh, my dinosaur is getting hungry. Okay, one more fish and then we're gonna take all the fish. Actually, nah, I'm gonna go feed the dinosaur first. Come here, Nessie. There, perfect. Full stamina. I love my dinosaur, oh my god. Alright, time to fish more. For the sake of Nessie. That's a nice looking fish. Is it just me? Oh, she's a flounder. I also love if I can just drop the fish bait onto the fish and they're not gonna get scared away. Best game. What happened? Oh, are you telling me that there's like buckets of items incoming? Oh. Oh, oh my god, the dinosaur is so clever. Must get all the things. That's a lot of buckets of items. Box and box. That's a lot of box of items. Not bucket. I don't know what I was talking about. Bucket? Bucket? Was that a shooting star that I just saw? Oh wait, dinosaurs dying? Uh-oh. Just one more, just one more. Don't die. Oh my god, don't die. Go, 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 go. Janganlah kamu mati. Oh, thank god. I need to fish harder. Fish for dino food. The crops are so slow. Nice, nice. Oh, did we reach the destination? Almost. Well, I know what to play tonight. It's either Ratatan or this. Hey, we reached. We finished. We only finished one. Well, we finished two demos, right? We also finished with Ratatan, technically, right? We finished the two worlds. Very fun. This game I feel like I can play for a long time. I know what to play tonight. Imagine the next time I open up this demo. Demo, by the way. If I open up this demo, hey, chat, my fishing is level 99. You wouldn't believe how much time I spent on fishing and fishing only. And then all my other stuff is still like level 1. No upgrades at all. Why do I feel like clownfish is like the hardest to fish currently? And butterfly fish is a lot easier than flounder. Just gonna get a ton of fish. Nice too. Oh wait, my dino has maximum stamina already? I didn't feed her though. Nice, fishing rank 5. We're getting there. Strong pull. How do I get perks? I want a strong pull. Saves time. To pull fish not distance in your direction. Oh, it's like unlocked on its own. Oh shit. Check this out. Oh, I can force. Oh, wow. Okay, okay. I can force, even though they are pulling away, I can use my skill to pull it back. Oh, that's crazy. That's gonna save so much time. So they also have like a starting cooldown so that we cannot cheese the fish. That's fair, that's fair. That's a clever way of doing it as well. I was waiting. If they pull again, I'm gonna use my skill. Counter pull. A lot of surgeon fish. Oh. Oh, they got done in front of me. Very cool. We got chili. Anything that's not fish related, I'll just put it there. Anything fish related, I'll just put it there. Hello, dino friend. Dino friend. Oh my god. The boss actually took so long. Who? The boss? Who boss? It's Monday, right? So it's not the work boss. Ratatan? Oh. I mean, if it's like a first few run, then yeah, it's gonna take a long time. I couldn't even survive. Oh. Just spam the skill. Chicken nugget? To the first post, then Alt F4 where I saw it continue. Why? It's so fun though. I finished 2 runs. Yeah, weak. Weak. Oh, I watered the wrong thing. You do not hold the power of pata pata patapon. Wait. One tomato. Said you're gonna go take it here. Of course, of course. Thanks for stopping by. Take care of yourself as well. But it's a rhythm game. I gotta be. Yeah, how, what the fuck? What is wrong with you? Don't mute it. No! Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why are you so cursed? Why? Look, Rox is a pro gamer, alright? Learning from grinding STO so much. STO sucks though. The music doesn't even match the note, like... What? I'm so bad at rhythm games. That's why I'm beat it where I grind solo. That's fucked up, man. X upgrade required. Mushroom? That pool skew is so good. This is a small island. Very small island. Multiple planted boxes simultaneously. More rock. I thought I could get maybe like a basic bag. It'll be much better. Maybe I can do it. Oh, wait, I should upgrade my axe. Oh, I'm stupid. At least I can mine those. I've been taking a look at virality since I found that thing decoding the alien symbols. Then that all the text is written in. I'm getting close. All the drinks at the bar are labeled either matcha tea, easy sleep, or ooh woo taste. Ooh woo taste? I would drink that. I would drink a... I hate to say it, but I would drink an ooh woo taste. Matcha tea easy sleep just sounds good in general, no? Tropical gar bait. I'm at least curious what ooh tastes like. Exactly. It's always the curiosity that gets you. Because I'm curious too. It takes like, what the fuck do you... What's wrong with you? What do you mean? Oh yeah, I have three columns or three rows of space now. How do I get extra this? Hi, I'm matcha. And discolored. A little bit close, I guess. Not exactly matcha color, but close. Ow. Dagon. Dagon? I like Dagon. Oi, fuck. Walao. That skill is too good. Ah, ooh. That immediate 180. Ooh. Clownfish is pretty troublesome. forgot about the skill. I'm fishing so fast now. Maybe level 10 is pretty... It's pretty possible, I feel like. Do the things respawn in the... Doesn't look like they respawn. Alright, I guess we can travel again. I'm gonna make sure we have enough fish. It feels enough. Let's have it on my inventory. Actually, not all of them. There. I can't help it, I want the fish. Even from that far away? Hi, Kanai. Nice, level 6, very very nice.
You finally awake.
Bonus catch? Oh, bonus catch. I got the bonus catch. I got the sturgeon. Nice, nice. I'm gonna be the strongest fisher ever. Oh my god. Alright, I guess we can go to the next area. Well, maybe not next area, but we can always start a new trip. Oh, are we moving already? Oh wait, we are moving already. Oh, oops, I just wasted a little bit of your stamina. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dinosaur. I'm sorry, me. It's okay, I fish so fast now, it's crazy. Oh. More things. Okay, dinosaur is still not hungry yet. Good, 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 good. The sound of this game reminds me of Paleo Pines, but without somewhat scary humans. Yeah, like I'm playing as the only human, I think, for some reason. But this game feels very nice. I wish the creature didn't turn her head 180 degrees. Yeah, it's a little bit scary, but it's alright. I get to pet the creature. Have food. I have things for you to eat. Mm. Oh my god, I love you so much. Oh my god. Why do you look so soft? I love you so much though. Oh my god. Alright, alright. Is there fish around? That skill is such a game changer. Is that rainbow? The one that I'm looking at directly. That looks crazy. Some sort of kaleidoscope of light. Oh, I just realized what start new trip mean. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. How? How the fuck? I just realized what that means. Okay. So, I need to explain this. I just realized what it means. I'm pretty sure some of you know what this means already. So, start new trip is to reset this entire map. And I didn't know I can choose the question mark to go. I can go to things that is empty. I have to go to question mark. So, yeah. I keep pressing start new trip. It's kind of a cheese, I guess. It doesn't take much time to do it. It's kind of funny how I did that though. Oh, bonus catch. I cannot see the fish. I think the circular pattern is like a fish, I guess. Let's try this cobble. Thanks, Breen. Tekken is scripted. Eventually, it just rains hellfire on you. Oh. Tossing in old cobble. Don't toss my things. What do you mean? Rude, those are my hoard things. I'm just throwing in. Ooh, wait. Don't die, don't die. I just realized. Eat. Jank means junk. Nothing is junk for a kobold. Nice. I would love it if there's like a bonus catch though. I'm actually kind of trying to go for level 10 here, but I'm already getting a little bit hungry. Hi, Plague. I need that thing. Ah! I'm gonna become a dragon barcode. Fish because Friday is a cozy fishing game that is a good way to relax. Oh, heck yeah! Wait, they have a fishing game? Oh. I thought something's gonna happen if I let them collide with each other. Hope you're doing good, Plague. Are we here? Oh, heck yeah! Oh, she's sleeping. So then we're set aside for a fishing minigame that you can just relax in. God, I love fishing though. I could be stuck in the fucking hub world for hours, always these steps too hard. I know, right? It's very neat. It's extremely neat, I heard. I mean, just hearing that makes me feel great. Amazing, even. Time for more fish. Oh. Oh. Nice. Lock straight out in the hub world. How about lock me up? Hi, Rogue. Oh. The corp kinda works. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, I've been Hey, there's a weird pink thing on my screen. What the fuck is that? Ma! Ma, there's a weird fucking pink thing outside. Ma!
None.
Hi! Hey, Ma! There's a weird fucking thing. I don't want it to start a fight with our cat. Old internet account. Look, I'm old. You're a weird fucking thing. I'm old, okay? So much boobs, oh my god. So many boobs. Makes a dragon very happy. Hmm. Got a lot of fish. Wait, how many fiber? I think I should be able to upgrade my axe for this. This. Nope, not enough for rock. Upgrade this one first.
Yep.
Hey. Ling Long loves boobs. Hey. Hey. I can't deny that. We also have bait maker. Uses materials to create fish bait. Can be used to target specific fish and increase the quality when caught. Oh wow! Water station. Burns wood to purify water that can be used to refill the watering can. There's no need. Smelter? Compost? Uses materials to create fertilizer. Can be used to increase crop quality. Wood soil fiber. Let me see if I have them. Wood soil fiber. Don't know if that's enough. Oops, where? I might have a little bit. Just a little bit though. What did I do with compost? Visit the island. It's all... Oh no. I cannot cut these things, can I? Definitely gonna need a lot more rocks. I couldn't pick these small rocks. Yeah, I think there should be enough space to like take all these. Oh! Blue bird. No sound came out. I assume it's like a placeholder. Oh, there's some fish here. I think might be able to fish. More tropical gar? Maybe some good fish, maybe? I want a big one. I want to eat it. Oh! No more space? Aw. I was like, I cannot find Nessie. Nessie. Not much new fish out there. Fish secretly? Did we just fish at the same time? Oh my god. Timing. Actually, no. Only I fished. Hmm. I think that's everything on the island already. I don't think I have enough rock to upgrade my axe still. Eh. I think I need like 20. Mackerel. Oh, I'm suddenly so hungry. Hey, I can. Okay. Maybe I should probably go get dinner. I play with your friend, I go back to play with your friend. Have fun playing game with friend. Take care. Ooh, tropical wood. It feels like there really is the a lack of rock in this game. Feels like rock is way more needed than wood, but there's more wood around this area. Like the area I've been to multiple times. Maybe it is like a mine of some sort? Can I go down? I don't know what that says. Oh good. The force pool is like the best thing ever. I can just deny the aggression. And then I guarantee a free pull after as well. Alright, I might actually stop here because well not suddenly, but I feel very hungry now. But I feel like I can sink more hours in this game. Now that I know how the map works, I feel like, yeah, I could sink more time in this. Bait maker acceleration. Your bait makers produce bait quicker. Hmm. Oh, hey, Okojo. What am I supposed to do with a combo stream? No, I'm sorry, Becky. But I'll always be here still on from Thursday to Monday. Does it save? It does. Sorry, it does save. Right. There's 3 games that I really like today. Gecko Gods is so good. Luckily, Jade is starting stream in 5 minutes. We should rate Jade. We should totally rate Jade. I want to rate Jade. Let me plug this in real quick. There we go. My hands are back in action. Right. I also want music because I don't like this dead silence right here. Well, not dead silence. I'm still here talking about stuff, but still. A breaking on the bolt. That's my cute emo idea. I do like the sound of breaking on the boat, yeah. I guess. I haven't raided Jester in a while. We raided Merp yesterday. I haven't raided Darcy in a while as well. But then there's also Zeus, right? I kinda want to raid Zeus Pop. Like to give him a little boost. Hopefully he'll reach affiliate soon, right? Oh, he's playing Dark Souls Remastered. Oh, play your game. You hear nothing, okay? I feel like whenever I'm a dragon, I feel so aggressive. Do I feel like a different person? No. But I just kind of feel like I'm more aggressive when I'm a dragon and or a snake. Alright, let's rate Zeus Pop. Alright, give me a second. Just gonna check something real quick. Okay, let's plug my stuff real quick. I mean, Dirks are seen as aggressive, may as well fit the bill. Do they? But to me, dragons are always these gentle creatures though. I love them to bits. Maybe because I love them to bits, I see them as gentle all the time. Anyway, I have a coffee. Yeah. Look at that. Wow, coffee. There's also a monthly subscription thing. As low as a three ringgit. Sorry, not ringgit. a $3 per month. Eastern dragons probably. Western are seen as burn everything down, fry everywhere. Oh, maybe you're right. Yeah, because for like the Eastern media, usually Eastern dragons are like the wise ones that will have the ability to talk to just gentle, right? Maybe that's why, right? Maybe that's why. Like the noodle dragons. God, I love them. But then Western Dragon, Western Dragons can be gentle too, and they're also hot looking. While Western Dragon in media are shown as absolute wrecking balls, though occasionally you get the wise gentle giant. Yeah, I think my first exposure towards Western Dragon is actually Spyro, I believe. Yeah, and everyone in Spyro is so gentle. I didn't even play Spyro 2. I just watched someone play it. Or maybe it's not the first exposure, but the first exposure that I remember, right? Yeah, look how scary I am. Very scary. Very heckin' scary. Speaking of aggressive dragons, have you fought Dorian and Nansha intro? Yeah, I did. The wind cutscene is so good. At first I thought they might have bugged the game. It's like, oh, why is it like repeating? But then no. That's on a repeat. That's a surprise. It's so good. Yeah, the splat is so satisfying. Bitch revived once, thinking that he can do it again, but no. In games, they tend to be on average gentler, and yet gentle is still in art, though it kinda gets blurry with Antro-Western styles. I guess? Maybe there's this personal bias of my perception towards dragons. Yeah, there's definitely some personal bias there. I just love dragons so much. Like, maybe sometimes even when I see a dragon that's like a wrecking ball of anger that kills everything on sight, I just look at them and be like, oh god, they're so hot, they're so gentle, I want them. You know what? 100% there's personal bias right there. I cannot deny any further, right? 100% personal biases in the way. Hey, at least I acknowledge my personal bias towards dragons. Anyway, I have a Discord channel. Did you know that I have a heckin' dragon sipping corner in my Discord channel? You should share more dragon art. Or dragon things in general, not necessarily art. Right? Games, art, medias, videos, memes. I mean, honestly, anything that's dragon related, it's pretty good. Or maybe even kobolds, maybe even birds. Who knows? But most importantly, the Discord that I have, I used it to sort of announce my stream stuff over there, so that people will know what's going on. Like today, yesterday my stream delayed because of some things I need to take care of. Right? Today my stream is still delayed, but I didn't say anything. Anyway, point is, I announce my stream stuff over there most of the time, so that you guys know what's going on with me, and will not just wait at my channel for a long time and seeing, oh hey, the kobolds is not here, wow, you know, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, it's a mythological thing, and I hate it. And it's getting better recently. Well, at least to me, with me, you don't have to worry about me thinking dragon is this ball, this huge destruction, whatever, alright? I just think all dragons are pretty hot. Yeah. Well, okay, wait, I suddenly feel a little bit narcissistic saying that. I just realized I'm a dragon as well currently. I don't know about that anymore. Oh no. Oh no. It's alright. It's alright. Don't worry about it. It's rate message. There we go. Look at that. I should change the rate message as well. Oh shit. Nah, it's okay. I'll keep this one. The only thing I am distracting is myself with my brain gremlins. Brain gremlins. Meanwhile, Kobo and Sol are playing it about being the rampaging destructive dragon. Oh, I'm sure the dragon is pretty gentle without when he's not when he's not destroying everything in its path, right? I'm sure the dragon is fucking hot and everything. Oh, gosh, I love them. Anyway, raid message. And also let me type in the raid to Zeus. Sorry, not Zeus. They don't know. They're playing Dark Souls. It's okay. They're busy. It's alright. It feels good. At least I have a few games that I can look forward to. But I cannot wait until I'm more financially capable enough to do that. It's alright. It feels good to have something to look forward to be honest, right? Ratatan, very fun. Collector's Cove is actually really fun as well. If only there's a mod to allow me to play as non-human, that would be great. But then again, mods are hard. Especially on an indie game, I feel like that's even harder, since not a lot of people know about those kind of games. So, it's all good. Yeah. And of course, Gecko Gods. Very fucking excited for Gecko Gods. Like, holy shit. So adorable. The yipping of the gecko is so perfect as well. The yipping, the movement is like very, very, very fitting. I love that so much. Thank for stream. Have a good rest of the time zone. Thank you, Pause. Have a good day on your time zone as well. Day, evening, afternoon, whichever it is. So fucking pumped for Ratatan. It really make Patapon echo in my skull. I never played Patapon at all. And the first time I played Ratatan today is like so fucking fun. To be fair, I don't think you do play as a human character in Ratatan. They are humanoid shaped, yes, and a lot of stuff looks like clothes. But the biggest example I can point to is the wings on the owl guy. Oh hey, the music suddenly changed. Half-ya, like BGM mix. That's pretty good. Night Night Brecky. The dino part in Ratatan is so heckin' cute. Well, Ratatan is a dino? You should play Patapon on PSP emulator at some point. It's an amazing game. Patapon was a game the guy worked on previously. From what I heard, if you want to play Patapon, play the second one. On or off stream. Yeah, I should find a way to maybe even, you know, sell the 7 C's to get the game. Yeah, har. Maybe, I don't know. People argue the first one's basically a prototype for the second one, but the third one is an entirely different beast. Oh. I'll keep them in mind. If I want to like try out Patapon, I guess I'll do like a just play like 1, 2 and 3 X's as well. 1, 2, 3 at the same time, maybe. I don't know. Was it Ratatan? Oh wait, you're right. There is the big dinosaur-looking monster. It's like a land shark, but it has a triceratops head. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, fidelity being a pirate is alright for me. But upon 3, I think expected multiplayer. I have no idea. But yeah, those games will burn a certain set of rhythms into your brain. I love to think that I have a good sense of freedom already. Maybe I don't. Oh, wait, I just realized there's another game that I want to try out that's not on Steam or anywhere else. It's only on Switch, as far as I remember. Metal Red Dead. Yeah, Metal Red Dead is the game that I want to try as well. Think Crypto Necrodancer? Yeah, think Crypto Necrodancer, but it's a platformer. Every beat you can do something. Right? You can jump, you can dive, you can charge, you can spin or whatever you can attack, like Sonic, something like that. Mad Red that is very cool. Ratatan 1 was the base for the whole thing, 2 was the first but with more content, even very light multiplayer support. 3 is heavily multiplayer focused with true single player taking a backseat of shit. Remember spending a lot of time Ratatan 1 and 2 while in Afghanistan. Oh shit. So that game holds a special place in your heart, I'm sure. I want to play Mad Red Dead only because it's a... Yeah, exactly! It's such a cool game. It's such a unique concept as well. Well, to me it's pretty unique because I don't really play as much games like that, and I like it, right? I like it when game has really cool music and I can move to the beat, right? That is so fun. I know Crypto Necrodancer is not a platformer, but the mechanics, right? You have music, you move to the beat, and it's not a dungeon crawler, it's a platformer instead. I'm taking that as like a example of like the game base mechanic instead of like what the game is, right? With Dragon? Actually made a Patapon Nation in the browser game. Browser game Nation States? Which is very casual and silly and it was funny. Nation States, what is that? Fish as a dragon? Oh. Oh, that sounds amazing. Hi-Fi Rush is apparently a really good one for rhythm games apparently. Oh, I love the fuck out of that game. That game fucks. And I don't use that a lot. I don't use that at all. Hi-Fi Rush fucks. 100%. It's so fucking good. Hi-Fi Rush is crazy high rated. They killed the studio. Didn't they bought it back at some point? I thought at some point they bought it back. Also the music is very loud all of a sudden. Okay, there we go. Maybe here? Okay. Actual fucking crime, yeah. Wish for something that fucks? Oh, I'm gonna watch this. They do, right? They do fuck. I think they do. They got bought out by a Chinese company apparently. I don't know the final details. I have no idea. All I know is that I heard wind about like the studio, the Tango studio is getting bought by someone. I don't know who bought it though. They got bought by one of the big companies and then demolished. I guess so. It's always turtles with me. Maybe author kind of make Toido appear because friend, water friend, I guess. Is that in pawn already? Not yet, unfortunately. I forgot to put it in. It's so unfortunate that. So after they bought the Tango studio, and then they proceed to demolish the studio. What kind of sick, twisted fucking fantasy is that shit? Brother, it's so fucked up. They buy the studio, give them hope, only to smash it to the ground. It's not just dumb. Oh hey, numbstick. It's not just dumb, it's sickening. Actually sickening, that one. I need food. I'm gonna go get food. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can do art on Thursday today, or like this week, right? I do plan on doing more art lately. I need to keep myself together. Microsoft brought them and then closed it immediately, but the Korean company bought it and got like third of the stuff back according to Wiki. So the Korean company demolished them after? Brecky act despite it not being there, you know? I will edit, Not now though, I'm hungry. When Dragon hungry, she becomes hangry. I'm hangry. For I understand, Microsoft bought Tango GameWorks to make them kick up games in a hurry. They're very back and grievance with each other, and so they were always planned on being closed once Hi-Fi Rush was out the door. Microsoft tried closing them, the current company pulled them out of the fire. Hungry Dirk? Yeah, very hungry. So the Korean company did not demolish them. Man, I'll try to research that on my own, I guess, after dinner. Anyway, I'm gonna go get dinner. I am very hungry. And I'll be back on Thursday. Hopefully doing more art. Who knows? And Craftly even acquired the rights to Hi-Fi Rush. Don't know who that is. Hopefully that's a good person. Anyway, before the raid. Hold up. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Dragon loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid to Zeus Pop. Hiya. We're gonna raid to a cool dog. Take care, Cowboy Dog. Thank you. Take care of yourselves too. Pig. Streaming is truly self-care. Oh no, Zeus, you don't know anything. It's okay. That might look like your name and your profile picture, but it's not real. All right, don't worry about it. It's all right. Yeah. It's okay. Just play with Dark Souls. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We're not gonna barge into your channel 20 seconds after, right? It's not gonna happen. Oh. Oh shit, my brain... Oh god, my brain reset. I thought it was something I wanted to talk about and then my brain reset. That happens so many times. I hate it. I had something interesting I wanted to share too, and then I immediately forgot because my brain decided to reset itself. Well, unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna leave you guys hanging with this one. Anyway, I'll see you guys on Thursday, right? Hopefully I might be able to do more art that time, so take care everyone. Dragon loves you, alright? Take care. Bye bye.